Hello, hello. Shogoth Unknown here. Welcome back to Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain. Here on the 14th of May, 2023, local time, 9:58. And that's what I forgot. I knew I was forgetting something. Forgot to pull up the stream manager here. Boom, there we go. Just another place to see chat and statistics and stuff. In real time. Sometimes the one over here is delayed. And it's just more visual on it for me. Let's go. Alright, anything new? Resources, anything? There we go. Not bad. Not too bad at all. So, let's talk about where things left off. A bit of a somber ending yesterday. And I also had a comment I meant to make yesterday and I forgot to. But one thing to note is, I guess if we go in here, we can probably see it as well. We have D-Horse, D-Dog, and D-Walker. We have no Quiet. Quiet is gone. That would be the somber note that I mentioned. She, after the, well, there were a lot of things that happened yesterday, despite the fact that it was like some repeat missions and a lot of side ops and stuff, a lot of events did happen. We rescued the last child, and then not too long after that, they were interrogating Eli, who's still on the whole father kick, referring to Big Boss as father. And then Eli basically broke out with Sahelanthropus and all the kids, and they're gone. But we also got the DNA results back, and he is not our... what would the word be? I mean clone, but I was trying to think of a better word for it. He is not our child, if you will, whether, you know, normal or via cloning. There's a 0% chance. So that's interesting. We had an issue in the quarantine platform where like a new mutation occurred and we had to kill a bunch of our own dudes. And that was pretty bad, but the symptoms and everything of the vocal cord parasites changed, which was like super dangerous and not cool. So not too long after that, Quiet was missing. She stowed away on a chopper or something, and then she ended up being captured by some dudes in Afghanistan, and we went to find her. We did. Dude tried to do some bad stuff. He basically drowned her and then started unzipping her pants and taking them off, but that actually allowed her to breathe more because of the way she works, and that brought her back to life basically. And she went absolutely ham on all those dudes. We fought off an assault basically together, and then after that she got super wounded and we were taking her to safety. We were kind of hiding out from some soldiers in a sandstorm. We got bit by a cobra and then bashed it on a wall, but like we're dying. And in order to help, she was like, hey, Pequod, get over here. I'm talking in English now. And that's gonna, you know, presumably activate the parasites, but she's basically sacrificing herself to save us. And that's really it. She left us a tape and talked about how she wanted to express her feelings, but she couldn't, but how what the bond that they had was stronger than language, and it's a nice somber moment, but she's gone now, so that's a thing. I think I had another comment. Oh yeah, so a couple comments I wanted to make on that, because that's where we left off. If you want to be a little critical of that, I'm assuming she's literate. I'm assuming we could have communicated via writing or something. So that is something we could be a little critical on. And then the main comment I wanted to make is a very simple one. I was replaying, or well, I say replaying, but I was doing the extreme version of Trader's Caravan, where we got the vehicle, with the yellow cake and stuff in it. I was doing the extreme version of that. And that, basically a previous mission, her bond went down because she ended up getting like jacked up in the mission. They were dealing too much damage to her, and so she got pulled out, and the bond went down. during that trader's caravan mission, her bond went back up to 100. And that's important because if I'm not mistaken, the way we actually unlock that mission to, well, the way that we trigger the event of her disappearing, which then gets us the side op, which then gets us the mission, is by having full bond with her and doing certain other things. Like, I think part of the trigger is doing that quarantine event where we have to go through and kill a bunch of our own dudes. Shining lights even in death. So there's a lot going on there on how you trigger these things. And it's possible, if you don't use quiet, I don't see any reason why you would have to have that mission, or why you would ever have that happen. You know, we actually saw that in my case. It's mission 45, and we didn't unlock it right away, but we had unlocked things past it. Now, in that case, I think it was partially bond related and partially because of that one mission where it dipped. I think it was partially that and partially the issue with just having to get through the quarantine stuff first, because that also kind of triggers the thing with quiet, like, hey, if things can mutate now out of control and we don't see symptoms, I'm a potential problem now, so I need to get out of here. That's part of her motivation. Oh, and the other one I left out is that Huey is gone. And that's also triggered by the quarantine thing, because the equipment in there had been leaking beta rays, not just X-rays, and beta rays are way more damaging. And they're like, the only person who could have put this in here is the person responsible for inspecting and installing the equipment, and that was you, Huey. And the machine was tampered with and explicitly given a beta ray emitter. Why? And they have this like mock trial thing, and Big Boss steps in before they probably would have executed him. I don't think they were just gonna do it because they said, hey, it's up to you, boss, what we do. And then he's like, all right, put him on a boat, put him on a raft, give him some food and water. He's gone. He never comes back. That's it. And we knew he had to survive because of what we know about from Metal Gear Solid 2. And another thing that I learned about since last night is, I never showed this when I did Metal Gear Solid 4, but there's a database that came with the game, and it's like literally the most like interactive convoluted timeline ever. Like you can zoom into the years and the events and everything, and it's like a little wiki where you can click on hyperlink names or whatever. And if you read about him in that, I believe it's described that he intentionally tried to drown Emma. I don't think that was ever mentioned before. In 2, it was described as an accident or whatever, but in 4, it was described as, in the timeline thing of 4, it was described as he planned on killing himself along with Emma. So it kind of makes him worse. And a lot of people take that as what Ocelot said when he was drifting away on the boat, like sooner or later, all his lies and everything are going to catch up to him. So there's a good line there that a lot of people are like, oh yeah, we know what happens to him. All right, so enough of me blabbering. It's we're almost 11 minutes in here. So let's start up some of these. And what we're going to do, we're going to jump into mission 46, Truth, the man who sold the world. That's the yellow mission here. We see that the 8 is yellow, so that tells us there's an important new one. So we're going to hop into that, and let's give it a go. Everything else right now, 39, 40, 44, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, they're all repeats. So the only new thing we have is Truth, the man who sold the world. Do we normally get this Outer Heaven skull? I don't recall seeing this on the loading. Maybe we do.
Don't you die on me, damn it!
BB's dropping.
Intubate, now! Cardiac arrest, he's in VFib!
Clear!
No response, hit him again!
Clear!
How's he doing?
Well, he stabilized, but it took too long. He's in a coma.
What about him?
He, took some shrapnel to the head.
Got them chills. Facts do not exist. There are only interpretations. Friedrich Nietzsche. Episode 46, Truth, the Man Who Sold the World. We chilling here. YouTube's loving this. We got the music. I actually don't remember if this one's a problem, because I don't think it's the original. I think it's a cover. I don't remember if this trips the censor. I don't really care that much because I'm not getting paid. But it's obligatory to talk about it, right? It's like, oh no, copyright! But see, I exist. I'm talking, and I exist on the screen, ergo it's transformative, right? Alright, we're gonna chill for a minute. I'm actually gonna just turn the camera off for a moment. Then it'll be less transformative. I have a quick snack I'm gonna eat that I brought with me. How could I also leave out the stuff with Paz? That happened yesterday. She really did die 9 years ago, and I guess we've been hallucinating her the whole time.
Kdo chcemy?
V has come too.
V has come too.
V has come too.
Who is man?
3 days after awakening.
Ακούς με? Can you hear me?
No.
Are you having difficulty speaking? Can you
No.
move your head?
No.
Just nod if you can hear me.
Like headbanging.
Look up, please. Very good. Please try to relax. There is plenty of time. I need to tell you something. Please listen and try not to panic. You've been in a coma for quite some time. Yes, I know. You would like to know how long. I'm afraid it's been 9 years. Damn it. Nosocoma! 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 Nurse!
I wanted to see if the machine was actually going to move. Oh, you could kind of see it, but just barely.
Try not to panic.
The EKG.
You'll be all right. Just rest.
Some people do say ECG, but even here in the States, you often hear EKG. Because I think it comes from German at that point. The cardio with the K.
It's been 1 week since you came to. Now, let's try getting you out of that bed. Nurse. Don't worry. You've lost some strength, but we've been maintaining your muscle mass through massages, CPM therapy, and EMS. Now, I need to explain something to you, but you mustn't be alarmed. 9 years ago, you were injured in an explosion. Upon examination, we discovered 108 foreign bodies embedded within you. In addition to shrapnel, we also found fragments of human bone and human teeth. Most of it was removed, but some of the fragments still remain. They are located near your heart and in your skull. Look at this. The fragments are lodged deep within your cerebral cortex. We couldn't give you an MRI, the metal, you see. But even if we were to extract it, you would most likely suffer a brain hemorrhage. Mental and physical impairment are unavoidable. However, your current status is not life-threatening. One more thing. This X-ray is of your upper body. You better look now. Best to understand your situation sooner than later. I know it's difficult, but please look down. It's best to see with your own eyes. Be brave. Nosocoma, Grigor, try to calm down. Calm down. Please, calm down. It's gonna be okay. Yes. Calm down. Yes.
2 weeks after.
Κάποιος ήδη γνωρίζει ότι έχει ξυπνήσει. Διατρέχει μεγάλο κίνδυνο. Πρέπει να ενεργήσουμε άμεσα. Προετοιμάστε τον για εγχείρηση. Δεν το πιστεύω. It's true. There are those who wish you would never woken up. You should be dead, but you're not. The wheels are in motion. Your enemies are everywhere. We must alter your appearance immediately. Otherwise, I fear you won't leave this place alive. It's a wide open world out there, so there's something we need to take care of first.
This is where we add the character creator.
This is you, as you've lived until this day. I'm going to change your appearance. We have no other choice.
Except something doesn't add up. 2 days later. Ah, your face is healed nicely.
Now, let's remove these bandages. Your face has healed nicely. To tell you the truth, these bandages were more for your protection, to hide you from those who want you dead. As of today, your name is Ahab. Forget everything. Your name, your past.
That was weird. I started turning the camera and then it moved back where it needed to be. Good luck, Shagat the Unknown. Vic Boss.
Everything feels all right?
Not bad for 2 days after plastic surgery.
Not yet. The patient in the next bed saw my face. Of course.
Patient in the next bed. So we now know this is quiet before the parasite therapy. And remember, she was burned and her lungs had the traces of rubbing alcohol, right? And there was the flower as well. Star of Bethlehem or something, I don't remember. Am I making that up or is that what it's called? And now we should recognize this music, right? As Quiet's theme. Ah, there are the flowers. See them?
Okay, have time to go.
What happened to the woman?
The woman? We gave her a light. She took the short way down.
Who are you?
Who am I? You're talking to yourself.
You're talking to yourself.
Been watching over you for 9 years. You can call me Ishmael.
What the hell is going on?
Well, the good news is, you're in the land of the living. Bad news? Whole world wants you dead. On your feet, soldier. The whole place is coming down.
Digoxin.
Need a little pick-me-up? Okay. Here. Nothing like a little digoxin to get you back in the game.
Let's draw attention to a couple things that
Come on!
if you're like me, during the opening of the game, you were already curious about two things that were just said. What happened to the woman? We gave her a light. Okay, you know, whatever the full quote was, but he says, we. And then he says, you're talking to yourself. So both of those stood out to me the first time I played the game, in the very beginning of the game. And then when you're replaying this, that's what I'm questioning now, right? Like, are we gonna get answers to that? It's kind of weird. What I was questioning from the very beginning of the game, I'm gonna go ahead and give my
Let's take the stairs.
original thoughts and theories. I kind of thought from the, again, very first playthrough, opening of the game, I was thinking he's a figment of our imagination based on those two lines, and based on other things where in many cases he does not seem to interact with the world in a way that's absent from us. There are a couple times where I think he does, but in a lot of cases he doesn't. And so I was thinking, oh, like this only happened because we were also here and he's a figment of our imagination, right? So that's kind of my theory going into this. And we'll see how it plays out. But I think even at the end of the mission,
We better take the elevator.
when the vehicle crashes, he's gone, right? He's just disappeared. And now, as we've gone through things, we've seen the pause hallucination. So that's another thing to lend a little bit of credence to the idea of Ishmael not even being real.
What the hell is that?
Now we have answers to this as well. I think we can still pretty safely call that Psycho Mantis. Now an important thing here, our vision. We just took that big hit, and now the colors dull out for a bit. And again, so we know this is Volgan now. And what we were told, it's been a few weeks since we woke up, but what we've learned is that right around the time we woke up, that plane crash carrying Psycho Mantis, well, that plane carrying Psycho Mantis crashed, and I think that's when Volgan also started moving, right when we woke up. We're having a bad time. Rip. It doesn't look like it feels good. It's repeatedly flopping on it. Join the Fox team. Don't zoom on his ass. The Metal Gear Solid team is hiring for various positions at the new Los Angeles studio, as well as the Tokyo headquarters. Apply at the Gama Sutra job board. Open person? Or in person at the GDC Career Pavilion at booth CP2308. So it's literally an ad at GDC for Metal Gear Solid developers. Interesting thing to put in here.
Get it together, Ahab. Move.
Volume's all over the place here, though.
Hold up, let's fix this.
Snap that bish into place. Do it.
Next time, do it yourself. It's always good to try and mend your injuries while hiding from the enemy. Over there. Let's go.
This way, hurry. Keep your head down.
Help me, please.
So, since we've seen this before, I'll talk a little bit. Let's keep going along with my theory. What we just saw, he fixed our arm, so he did interact with us. However, we do have the hook. It could be potentially believable that he hooked his own arm and like yanked it into place or whatever.
Let's move.
Because he's really just crawling around and stuff. He's not really interacting, which I think is interesting. Okay. Grab my leg. Do it.
Help me.
See, how does this guy not notice this, though? How does he not notice that the dude grabbed a leg? There's a lot of moments in this which are very luck-based. Wouldn't you say? Did that guy just despawn? Or is it just the camera? Okay. Because sometimes when you get something on the edge of the camera, it like goes translucent so you could see to the other side of it. So it's not just blocking your entire view. Oh, mistake. It automatically did that.
Get caught in those searchlights.
Oh, what? That's dumb. I went to the window and took cover.
Ahab. Ahab.
Oh well. I think I mentioned this the first time.
Press the stance button to stand up.
Where do you want me to take cover?
Don't get caught in those searchlights. Here they come. Hurry. Now!
That was bizarre. So he interacts with the door, but again, this could be our imagination playing tricks. Like, it could be us doing this. There are no facts, only interpretations. They came in with like an oxyacetylene torch. These guys are ready.
Move! Go!
It's doing a thing where you're faster than him. Alright, look at the bandaged dude up there. Looks like Ishmael. Wanted
It's ugly down there. Turn back.
to call attention to that because if you remember, there's actually something interesting here.
I'm Agricola. Come on.
So we could already see him, but if you remember, I think that guy gets gunned down. So we see him go up here. The camera goes away and we have no idea where he went.
Happening out there.
It's all right. We'll be okay.
But now we see his ass crack and we're like, yo, it's this guy.
Do you hear that? What's going on out there?
Hey. Oh, Rosicas.
Hey.
Hey. Hey. I can't see what's happening.
What is that? What's happening out there?
What is that? It's an ass crack.
You hear them coming?
But he straight up gets gunned down. We're just stuck in the middle here. And now we get pulled in by Ishmael. Again, he hasn't really done anything here that could not just be us. Oh, we went through the door, but this is how our mind is interpreting it. There are actually multiple routes you can do here. You can go on the left there. But you can also just go here and basically wait it all out. Really just double tapping all these dudes. I was like, you would give special attention to this one that we're in. I think some of my runs, I've gone under that first bed on the left, and then once he shoots that middle one, I crawl under it.
He came in here. Keep looking. This way.
I'm holding. If you wonder why I wait sometimes, it's because you just can't. What is this?
This way.
Looks cool.
We're sitting ducks. Blend in with the bodies. Get down on your stomach and crawl. If you move, we're done for. Play dead. Freeze. Don't move.
Did that guy just pull out the recoilless rifle? So this is the first time we see him very clearly interact with something independently of us that other people are responding to. The catheter bag or whatever. You can still question though, was that just us laying on it and, you know, again, our brain is weird. I am Satan.
Grenade!
Good.
I'm over here just sneezing. Did he just T-pose? There goes our colors again, getting all funky. Now that does happen in gameplay. I think I've pointed it out a time or two where I took a big hit and like, oh, look at it. But it doesn't happen too often. I've only had like, I could probably count on one hand how many times I've actually had to heal, like where you spray yourself. I can only think of 2 distinct times right now. Maybe more, but usually when you get to that point, I think colors are starting to mess up. Because you're like really jacked up. That's kind of cool. We go back into his perspective and the colors start getting funky. So that could just be us shooting it, right? Our brain has separated into 2 different things, but we shot that. To me, nothing about that doesn't still fit with the idea.
Hold on. You better stop and treat that injury.
See, the color's getting all grayed out, the reds.
We'll have to take the stairs down.
We're almost out of here, though. Guess we're not going that way. Now it's gun tutorial time, right? Oh, that's cool. Because that's actually where we escaped from. I recognize the stairs and stuff. Which we're, I mean, we're almost there. Pop that man. They have helmets on, but you can just pop them. Heavy infantry doesn't go down that easy. When they got their helmets. extinguisher. Let's go.
Shoot a gun. Hold down the aim button.
What the hell?
Then press the attack.
It took me out of aiming mode.
Destroy it.
I was so ready to act that I went into aiming mode before it let me. I mean, it doesn't really help all that much.
Hold up. I'll take the right.
Because the fire's still pretty bad.
Nice work. Let's go.
I can't turn the light on, but it seems to have one. I don't really need to, I'm just trying it. So right there, he didn't shoot anyone, did he? I did. But here is where it loses me a bit. Now, if you wait long enough, he will shoot those last guys.
I'll run interference.
But he throws the suppressor and then he does a Max Payne dive down the stairs. And he starts squeezing. Now it's a little hard to imagine, you know, my scenario still being in effect here. No, don't do that. I promise, like, most of the time when that happens, like, pretty much every time I am holding the button, but again, it's the way they do the inputs on that. If you hold the button too early, it just counts as a press. You'd think I'd stop doing that, but I still haven't. Ah, look who's outside. How did you cause all that shit and then get all the way outside, though? Hi, friend. Now there's a T-pose for you. Barbecued that man. done. I like that, like, 4 seconds of gameplay. We use the chopper now, right? Why are you still chilling in here? Get out of here. So we got like that Pegasus statue or whatever. I think it focuses on it right around now, doesn't it? No? Because it's kind of apropos. Remember how we get chased by the Man on Fire, Volgan, on this flaming horse. So I think... I don't know if that thing comes to life. I don't know where the horse comes from. The Furicorn. That's what the skin for D-Horse is called. Alright, start squeezing. Gameplay. Now how could he survive the APC and stuff? And that stuns him.
Get in!
So here's one where the theory falls apart, right? At least to a large degree. If he was coming after me, how did this happen simultaneously if we're both the same person? It's a figment of my imagination, right? That doesn't really check out. Once we're in the vehicle, it kind of still works. We could be the one driving, but we've separated things in our mind, and I could still buy it once we're in the vehicle, but I have a hard time buying that. Like, there's two distinct things happening at once right there that are a little hard to justify. That's so ridiculous. Just throwing a temper tantrum, throwing fire trucks at us. That's a pretty bad crash. We were airborne. All right. That's it. Episode 46, Truth, the Man Who Sold the World. Oh, I didn't get perfect stealth, but, well, obviously no kills. Never mind, I'm stupid. But I lost the retries because of that stupid chopper thing. I might have got an S. See, that was 50 minutes, 32, basically 33 seconds. What did we learn? What new information did we learn? Well, one big thing is, I also took a hit, but that's 100 points. The biggest thing we saw, there are two things. After the chopper crash 9 years ago, we have Miller, Big Boss, and then from this perspective of someone laying on a third table, watching them revive Big Boss. And then someone says, what about him? And they look over to the third table, to us, and they say, he took some shrapnel to the head and stuff. They're saying stuff like that. And then what we saw in the hospital, everything played out the same as before, except two critical things. He showed us the mirror and said, this is you as you've lived up until now. And when it showed us in that mirror, it did not look like Big Boss, did it? It looked a lot more like that character I created. And they showed us the picture, and we saw those before. But the difference this time is we grabbed them and we spread them apart so we could see the full picture. And next to Big Boss was that same character we created in the character creator screen. And then on the back, Good Luck Shoggoth Unknown, which is the name you input in the character creator. Vic Boss. That's the only new information we really have. And then I'm kind of throwing in my speculations on, like, this is how I interpret what I've seen. And this is how I interpreted it the first time I played the game. That's the truth. The man who sold the world. Let's continue. Ishmael. So this is different.
This way, boss. Hurry. Use that bike. It's tuned up and ready to go. I'll handle the rest. Here. That's your name as of today. You best change your face, too. This one, he'll take your place. From here on, he's Snake. He believes it, too.
My very own Phantom, huh?
Boss, the whole world wants your head. Don't worry, he can handle it. Move now, quickly.
Aren't you forgetting something?
again.
Right.
You always did love those cigars, Big Boss. Code Talker helps create U.S. military Code Talker Cypherbook, Virtuous Mission, Snake Eater, Death of the Boss, Comatose Vulgans transported. Code Talker begins his research on the End's remains. Congo Crisis, China conducts hydrogen bomb. Eva disappears, last seen in Hanoi. U.S. Department of Defense sends its first message using ARPANET. Treaty on the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. Major Zero disbands Fox. Democratic Republic of Congo changes its name to Zaire. Les Enfants Terribles, clones of Big Boss, Eli and David. Big Boss parts ways with Zero. Code Talker discovers a strain of archaea that metabolizes uranium. India conducts an atomic bomb test. Peace Walker incident. U.S. Soviet Union Salt 2. Mother base destroyed. Zero hides Big Boss in a hospital on Cyprus and leaves him in Ocelot's care. I was afraid of hitting this, but it's good. It's safe. Skullface is reassigned to Africa. The vocal cord parasites are resurrected through reverse evolution. The Ho Chi Minh campaign leads to the fall of Saigon and Vietnam's reunification. The Soyuz and Apollo spacecraft dock in orbit. Let's back up real quick. Les Enfants Terribles. Eli liquid. David solid. Eli is liquid. I might have almost, I don't think I ever accidentally said liquid. There was a time before we ever got the DNA results or whatever where I remember almost saying liquid. I don't think I did, but that was a tough one for me. It is confirmed. Eli is liquid. Zero hides Big Boss in a hospital on Cyprus and leaves him in Ocelot's care. So Zero did that. 1976, the Les Enfants Terribles project is abandoned. Eli is taken to Great Britain. So he's only 4 years old. Zero suffers brain damage due to Skullface's parasite attack. An underground nuclear test site is discovered beneath the Kalahari Desert. Bowing to international pressure, the South African government abandons the site. Zero visits Big Boss, then disappears completely, never to be seen in public again. 1979, the Iranian Revolution leads to the Iran hostage crisis. Eli escapes his handlers in Africa and disappears. President Somoza defects following the FSLN uprising, and the Nicaraguan Revolution comes to fruition. Vela satellite observes double flash in South African waters, Indian Ocean, which is hypothesized to be a nuclear detonation. The Soviet Union invades Afghanistan, bringing an end to détente. 1980, the Iran-Iraq War breaks out. Fearing the ripple effects of the Iranian Revolution, Western nations and the Soviet Union support Iraq. Emmerich's first child is born with strangelove. He's named Hal. 1981, Operation Opera. Israeli bombers strike nuclear reactor under construction in Iraq. 1983, a suicide bomber attacks the U.S. Embassy in Beirut, Lebanon. The U.S. military invades Grenada. 1984, Soviet General Secretary Yuri Andropov dies. Snake awakens. Civilian airliner carrying the third boy crashes in the mountains of Ukraine. Quiet suffers full body burns at the hospital on Cyprus and undergoes parasite therapy to survive. Skullface dies. Look at the Outer Heaven logo there. It's not the same Pangea one, but I like that. Just another day in a war without end. From the man who sold the world.
No time for anesthetic. We have to open her now.
There we are. In the chopper right there with them. And who took the brunt of it? The medic. From the man who sold the world. Let's listen.
Now do you remember who you are? What you were meant to do?
I cheated death thanks to you. And thanks to you, I've left my mark. You have too. You've written your own history. You're your own man. I'm Big Boss. And you are too. No. He's the two of us together. Where we are today, we built it. This story, this legend, it's ours. We can change the world and with it the future. I am you and you are me. Carry that with you wherever you go. Thank you, my friend. From here on out, you're Big Boss.
Flip this bitch over, let's go. Operation. Intrude N313. Metal Gear. You don't see the whole number, but if you know, you know. God, I lost my shit the first time I saw that. He's playing it into an MSX as well, which is what the original game came out for. The horn is longer now, isn't it? He's more bloody too. We got credits again. Third time? Well, not if you count every single mission in the game, right? But third, like real credits. Wow. No, dude, still gives me some chills there. First time I played this, and I saw that Operation Intrude N3, I'm like, oh my god, that's so fucking sick. The idea is that the real Big Boss is telling Venom, he's basically warning Venom, like, hey, here's all the details you need to know about Operation Intrude N313. Good luck. Solid Snake is on the way. That's the idea, right? Because the tape was from the man who sold the world. And we know from Metal Gear that Operation Intrude N313 is what it's called when Solid Snake goes into Outer Heaven. And at the time, he doesn't realize Big Boss is the leader. And now this just made it very confusing and stuff. There's going to be a lot to talk about. But what a fucking twist. The whole game, we have not been Big Boss. This has been difficult. I've called him Big Boss over and over and over again. And I've made it clear this was not, maybe it was a long con, but as I've been playing through all these games, I've made it clear, to me, I don't like calling Big Boss Snake. But I actually will call this guy Venom Snake, because he is, but he isn't Big Boss. It's a way to distinguish the Phantom from the real one. So the whole game, we've not been the real Big Boss, but when does this game take place? 1984. Misinformation is a big theme of 1984. Ocelot himself said in this year 2 + 2 = 5, which is a reference to 1984, the book, but also the year the game takes place in. All the Big Boss is watching you posters are a reference to Big Brother is watching from 1984. Room 101, where Huey is being interrogated, is a reference to 1984, right? So there's so many references to 1984. The idea of misinformation, the idea of almost like brainwashing people into believing fiction is a central theme of this game, right? What we've now learned. And it's also very interesting because in one view, if you want to think of Big Boss as a villain, think about what he just did. He took this medic who put himself in harm's way, who shielded Big Boss from the brunt of the damage, and he said, you know what? We're gonna convince you. The way Ocelot said it, he's your Phantom. Well, he's like my very own Phantom. And then Ocelot's like, he believes it too. So we're gonna convince this guy that he is you. We're gonna convince the world that he is you, so you can go off and do your own thing. The implication there was that the real Big Boss changes his face to look like your created character and assumes your name, so you swap identities. That's the implication with the passport, right? So Big Boss throws you under the bus and says, hey, that's you now, I'm gonna do my own thing. That's our current understanding of it, at least, right? So this idea of misinformation, this idea of an unreliable narrator as well, is central to the game. Because the whole game, we've had no... there are hints, actually, but we've had no real indication that we are not the Big Boss. What are some hints? When we go to get Huey, we see the AI pod, and you can take it how you will, but it's really interesting looking at it again, because he walks up to it, and it's the boss, right? But she's like, Snake? No, it's not you, right? And even when Huey sees him, he looks at him, he's like, Snake? But you can write that off as it's been 9 years, and he's got this horn thing in his head, and he's all stitched up and scarred and stuff. You can write that off a little bit as like him adjusting to your new face after all the damage from 9 years ago, sure. But the boss AI also making that point, are also making that distinction. There were a couple moments as well, I think with the Man on Fire, there's one in particular where he gets right up in your face and then he just backs off. And I think it's because he recognizes that it's not actually Big Boss, that he's been tricked as well. Hyper-realism art, cool. A lot of Code Talker stuff there. There are some other interesting things too that, I'll wait until we're done to go into details there. But I do think, again, the most interesting aspect of it is that central idea, 1984, misinformation, unreliable narrator. It makes you question a lot of what we've seen throughout the game. So we can look back at pause now And it still works because this medic failed to save Paz. But it's less about saving Paz and more about the damage that it caused. Not only in his life, you know, he believes he's Big Boss. So it's basically destroyed the real Big Boss as well as destroyed himself, and there may be some cognitive dissonance in his brain. He's trying to process this trauma, though, of having failed to stop that from happening, right? I think that's what we're supposed to take from the pause thing. It's this trauma that he's trying to process. And what's going on, Remorse? Remorse is saying what I'm saying. Having Big Boss be both yourself and a distant figure works so well. The pause situation's more about the trauma and the effect it had. That's what I'm saying. That it's a way of processing that failure, basically, that trauma of having failed in that situation. And I think it's a great interesting way to do it. And again, it goes back to that unreliable narrator, though, because when we see Paz, you know, me knowing what happens as I'm playing, and I don't want to spoil it, I'm like, so we're retconning? What is this about? What's happened here? Because when we play Ground Zeroes, we see the failure. We see the extra bomb, and we see Paz blowing up. And in this game, it's like, oh no, we actually got the bomb out, and she survived after all. Well, which one is it? You know, the game, like, they wouldn't make that big of a mistake. There was obviously intention behind showing that conflicting narrative, if you will, that conflicting visual of what actually happened there. And as you're playing, when you encounter Paz and you don't know how it resolves, you don't know the implications yet, you're just supposed to say, oh, I guess she really did survive, right? And it doesn't really make sense, though, because with a director as detailed as Kojima, how would he make that mistake? How would he make such a glaring, obvious mistake, right? Well, it's because he didn't. I'm not saying, you know, he's human. There actually are... I pointed out... Oh, look at that. George Orwell in 1984, as I was just talking about it. Orwell. I kind of slurred that. There are mistakes. I pointed out one earlier in the game where you get a tape after, I think, mission 28 or 29 or something, and the tape says, oh yeah, Skullface told us that the third mating pair was blah, 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 and you don't actually have that conversation with Skullface until mission 30. That is a legitimate mistake in the game. There are a couple things like that do happen, but an obvious scene like that explosion and stuff, you know there was something more to it. There has to be, right? The game is too detail-oriented to make that mistake. So I love how they do that, because Remorse here is saying the game has you questioning an event. Even though you were present, you're questioning yourself at that point. I love it. There it is, Hideo Kojima. All right. 1984, the Olympic Games are held in Los Angeles. The Games are boycotted by Eastern Bloc countries as retaliation for the Western boycott of the Moscow Olympics. Eli establishes his Kingdom of the Flies in Africa. 1985, Gorbachev takes office in the Soviet Union. East-West relations enter a second détente and the post-Cold War period begins. 1989, the Soviet Union makes a complete withdrawal from Afghanistan. Afghanistan plunges into civil war. Fall of the Berlin Wall. East and West Germany are reunified. 1990, the Gulf War begins. 91, Liquid, Eli, and Solid, David, are sent to the battlefield. The Soviet Union dissolves. 93, South Africa acknowledges possession of nuclear weapons and simultaneously pledges to abolish its arsenal. 94, formation of the Taliban. Taliban begins to gain influence in Afghanistan. 95, While commanding Special Forces Unit Foxhound from a position in the U.S. military, Big Boss establishes the fortified military nation Outer Heaven in South Africa. The Outer Heaven uprising occurs but is quashed by Solid Snake, who kills Big Boss's Phantom. Now let's think back before we continue the timeline. Operation Intrude N313, that tape seems to be Big Boss warning the Phantom, saying, here's the operation, here's the details about what Solid Snake is up to. Do with it what you will, right? 96, the first Congo War breaks out. As a result, President Mobutu is ousted from power in Zaire. Following year, Zaire officially becomes the Democratic Republic of the Congo. 98, the Second Congo War breaks out due to causes such as ethnic hostility and resource conflicts. 99, Zanzibar land disturbance, Metal Gear 2. Solid Snake kills Big Boss, but the Patriots revive him and conceal his comatose body. So we have on the screen right now, 1995, Metal Gear, the top there. Solid Snake kills Big Boss's Phantom, the guy we just played as. 1999, Solid Snake kills Big Boss, but the Patriots revive him and conceal his comatose body. That's what we learned about in Metal Gear Solid 4. But what we never had an answer to is why Big Boss dies in Metal Gear and then comes back and dies again in Metal Gear 2. I almost said Solid. There's your answer. 2001, coordinated terrorist attacks are carried out against America. Coalition forces invade Afghanistan. 2002, Camp X-Ray, a black site for housing enemy combatants, is established at the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo Bay. The Angolan Civil War draws to a close. 2003, the Iraq War begins. The Second Congo War draws to a close. 2005, Shadow Moses Incident. Deaths of Master Kazuhira Miller, Donald Anderson, SIGINT, and Dr. Clark, paramedic. Solid Snake and Hal Emmerich establish Philanthropy, an anti-Metal Gear NGO. 2007, Manhattan Tanker Incident. 2008, the President of the United States publicly pledges to close the detention facility at Guantanamo Bay. 2009, Big Shell Incident. 2010, the U.S. begins introducing nanomachines to the SOP system to its military and affiliated PMCs. Hungary revises its citizenship laws. The new terms allow even those who have never resided in the country to become naturalized, provided they're a descendant of a Hungarian citizen and have knowledge of the Hungarian language. Now, if you've been paying attention, you'll know why that matters, because that's related to Skullface and his whole language thing. 2014, Guns of the Patriots Incident. The Patriots AI system is destroyed. Deaths of Ocelot and Eva. Big Boss kills Zero. Big Boss dies.
What was it all for? If the boss has some plan, what is it?
The real Big Boss is working separately from us to create his new nation.
New nation?
A military nation above and apart from all. The true Outer Heaven. Something created to maintain world balance. Independent of the struggles for supremacy, for personal profit, the cycles of revenge between countries. It'll be an army, all right, but more. Big Boss is building a nation. But until it's complete, we support the other Big Boss. The Phantom carries on his legend, his meme. That is Big Boss's plan.
So that's the way it is. 9 years ago, I thought everything had been taken from me. But now I really have lost it all. The boss, and the future we were building together.
One day, the age of Big Boss's sons will arrive. They'll likely want to settle the score with him. We have to shape that age. We'll each have roles to play. Building the foundation for a revolution led by both Big Bosses, the True One and the Phantom.
No. Big Boss can go to hell. I'll make the Phantom and his son stronger to send him there. For that, I'll keep playing my role.
You know, sooner or later, there will be only one boss. There's only room for one boss. His sons are fated to face each other someday, too. If the day ever comes that you go back to Cypher, I'll aid the other son. And then you and I will be enemies, too. One of us will have to kill the other.
Fine by me. I'll be ready for the New Age. Until then, we'd better get used to coexisting.
The way that ties into so many things, I love that so much. I really, really like Metal Gear Solid 2's post-credits, just because of the what the fuck, like, holy shit moment of the Patriots. They're all in Manhattan, but they died 100 years ago, but they're our biggest benefactor. Like, what is going on? That's so good. I mean, really, they're all good. But man, that one right there, it just tied in so many different pieces of the series. Let's see what Remorse says here real quick. Did Miller lose contact with the real boss permanently? And that gas attack on Miller was probably Ocelot. So yeah, that's actually something I was going to go into. I don't know, but it also ties in a bunch of things. So you're kind of highlighting the points I was about to get to, where I've been kind of setting up, and I'm not even necessarily trying to hint at things, but there's a little bit of that. But I've been talking about how there does seem to be a rift throughout the entire game between, now I'll say Venom, between Venom Snake and Miller. And I've always said Ocelot feels like the voice of reason, where Miller seems to always be at odds with what everyone else wants to do. Now, sometimes Miller is right, but he's very aggressive about it, and he does always seem to be the odd one out. And I even went back to the idea of the end of Peace Walker, where he's like, oh yeah, I knew all along that they were Cypher. I just didn't tell anybody because, like, hey, we can try to get information from him or whatever. Like, it'll be fine. But he put everybody in danger doing that. So you could almost, trace back to that point as there being the beginning of a rift, perhaps. But, we have comas and destructions of mother bases and stuff that have happened between then. Throughout this game, I just can't help but notice almost everything Miller wants, we kind of go against. Hey, don't bring Quiet here. If you do, I'll just have her killed. And of course, we bring Quiet and we work with her. Like all the interrogations and stuff, we kind of seem to be at odds a little bit with Miller, where he kind of wants to press things further, and everyone else is like, no, we got to back off a little bit, or Miller just jumping at, Cypher is under every rock. He's always at odds to some degree. And I think that helps set up that rift a little bit. And we've now seen it come to fruition, where he truly feels betrayed. And he said, Big Boss can go to hell. I'm going to play my part by working with the Phantom and his sons to make them stronger. So that shows the split from Miller to Solid Snake, or from Big Boss, the Phantom rather, to Solid Snake. And Ocelot straight up said it, if the day comes where you go back to Cypher, I'll help the other son, meaning Liquid. That sets up how Ocelot begins working with Liquid. Now, we don't actually, we haven't seen anything happen. We haven't seen, this is how they actually do it, because every instance we've seen of Liquid in this game, he's been a little shit and he wants nothing to do with anybody. So I'm curious how Ocelot got through to him and actually teams up with him. We don't fully have that fleshed out yet, but I think it is really cool how it ties in and starts setting up that rift between everybody. and kind of drawing lines on who's on this side, who's on that side. And it goes back to what Remorse said a few minutes ago. Who was the one that actually killed Miller? You know, was the attack on Miller Ocelot? I kind of always thought it was Liquid, but it might be Ocelot. Ocelot just straight up said that, you know, that he'll have to kill him or whatever. I don't remember the exact. We just heard it. I don't remember the exact wording. But Ocelot made it sound like he would be the one that does it. So perhaps Ocelot was the one that killed Miller in the future during the Shadow Moses incident. And yeah, did Miller lose contact with the real boss permanently? That's a good question. I don't know if that's been answered. I'm actually not sure. But I just think that's such a cool scene there, because the rift that I've been kind of seeing throughout the entire game between them just got solidified, and it really did draw those lines in the sand of like, all right, this is the real like inciting thing that pushed Miller to work with Solid Snake and go back to that side rather than work with Big Boss. So we got the Star of Bethlehem. Let's hit space. Master Certificate Standard. Truth Records. Codename Big Boss. Legendary Soldiers. Ooh, Spunky Platypus with the S++. I'm just trying to see how many S++s we get. Is it just one for every... I think it's one for every type. Yeah. So if you just replay that mission over and over, you can farm S++ dudes. That's not the way to do it. All right.
List updated.
All shotguns developed.
Development project has been added.
Let's check some stuff out now. There's, you know, still stuff to do.
Please specify a project.
Leather jacket, a biker jacket that'll keep the wearer safe and sound under even the harshest conditions. A favorite of the man who sold the world. Cyborg ninja? You're that ninja. Infinity bandana. Alright, we need GMP. Let's get some of that real quick. Alrighty. One of the last times I'll have to do this. I've used up a lot. I've used up like 150,000 or more on that amount owned up there. It was over 400 at the start. I'm not paying it. I'm looking at the wrong number. There. I'll stop overshooting it so much. Haven't really had to... I don't think I sold any precious metals yesterday at all, because there wasn't much to develop. I was earning GMP at a fast enough rate.
Please specify.
Alright, Bullhorn, let's go. Probably never use it, but hey, we got it. Well, in 3 hours, we got it. Alright, so... there's definitely some more stuff to look into, like the new tapes. Let's check the challenge task list. Completed 46 with A or above. Sad it wasn't an S, but stupid chopper spotted me for no reason. 200 dispatch missions. I told you I was close to that. Alright. 12 tapes. Get your strap-ons. I mean, strap yourselves in. We got some tapes. We got some important tapes. Is it 12 truth tapes? Yeah, it looks like 12 to me. Doublethink, that is another 1984 reference. As I said, this game is just filled with those. I'm going to do what I do for a lot of these long haul tapes. I'm going to just kind of cut the mic and camera off and let them play. Occasionally I might pause between tapes or something, or if something big happens, I'll interject. I mean, I'm sure something big happens. They're called truth records after all. But I want to kind of let these stand on their own. But first of all, it's 12 tapes. Second of all, it's called truth records. Third, after the mission, after the reveals and stuff that we just got, secret recordings we could see down there. this is gonna last a while. This is not gonna be 5 minutes of tapes. This is probably gonna be half an hour or more. So, if you're interested, hang out. If not, if you're watching on YouTube, fast forward, because I will be doing more gameplay after this, but we gotta hear the tapes. Like, you know, if you made it this far and you're into the story and stuff, you gotta do it. So, so let's get right into it. Actually, I'm gonna see how long this does take. I'm gonna time it. So we're at 1:42 on the recording. I'm just gonna keep that in mind.
Boss, how are you back on your feet so quickly?
There's a non-smoking ward.
Boss.
If I listened to everything the doctors said, I'd probably die in here. No point waking up after 9 years for that.
Well, having you out of that bed makes things a little easier.
Bad news, huh?
Things are looking worse.
Go on.
They found out about you waking up, and the man on fire picked this time to wake up too. We'll have to move forward ahead of schedule. Miller already has the preparations underway. We'll have to wake up your neighbor too.
So he's not. He seems awake now.
No. Well, he's not actively conscious yet, at least.
He was a doctor too.
In his mind, that past no longer exists. Your past is his past now. He's going to be your phantom, not some simple diversion. He'll act as the new big boss, and the act just isn't for Cypher. He'll be your face on the world stage, until the time comes for your resurgence.
You make it sound easy.
We've been busy over the last 9 years. His altered state of consciousness has helped us implant powerful suggestions through induced hypnagogia. He's experienced all your missions on record and shares all your knowledge and experience to make him believe that he is the one true big boss. No one around him will doubt that he's the big boss they know. So, is he the real big boss or a stand-in? What does that mean to him? Nothing. The human brain is capable of many illusions. Of pain, of the future. What happens from here depends on his skill. You can vouch for that.
He was always the best man we had. But
9 years ago in that helicopter, he threw himself between you and the blast. In that moment, the man you knew died. He died protecting you. And now, by becoming you, he protects you again. This is just a detour in his journey to hell. And don't forget, it's what he wanted. He's in his dog days now. It's not just him. We'll be putting the people in this hospital in the line of fire. They'll be your shield and necessary diversion to buy us some time.
And you?
I'll be right by his side.
Can you keep it up? It's a hell of a lie.
It won't be a lie. I won't know his secret either. I'll believe that he's the real big boss. I'll have no conscious knowledge of you. Where's the lie in that?
Self-hypnosis.
It's nothing new in my line of work. Manipulating memories, the past. But that's not all. When the time is right, I need to remember that you're the real boss. In a world, it's double think.
In this year,
2 + 2 = 5. And I want you to do the same.
Right. His bodyguard?
Correct. It won't be long before this hospital comes under attack. We'll wake him up right away, but he won't be back to full health in time. You'll need to take him through his final paces.
Yeah. I want to see his face again.
All right, John. I've never forgotten you in these 9 years.
Approaching.
But I have to forget you now.
Adam, I'm counting on you. What's up?
About the 1972 project. Les Enfants Terribles.
You never did like the French.
All that Catherine the Great aristocratic pompousness gets to me, that's all. Palace talk. They can keep it.
Les enfants terribles. The terrible children.
That madness Zero started. Or the start of his madness.
You found out something new?
The plan itself was abandoned in '76. ATGC dismantled the project, and their account with DARPA was closed. So I was worried about what happened to you. Your sons.
They're no sons of mine. And they're sure as hell not me.
Just a bunch of cells grown in a lab?
What they are is much sicker than that.
Well, Zero doesn't think so. Eva doesn't either. To them, those boys are your clones. They're you, down to the last hair.
And?
The first boys were raised free range, like we thought. Both of them. David has never left the States, but the other, Eli, has disappeared. Might as well call it abandoned. They're through with him. Where is he? He was in England, Zero's home ground. Apparently he traveled to Africa after that, but that's where he escaped from Zero's care.
Just like that. Why?
Who knows? Maybe he found out about his birth. If he's alive, he'd be 11 or 12 by now, old enough to think and act for himself.
So he might still be alive.
On his own, there? I wouldn't bet on it. John, if he is alive, what's the plan?
I have nothing to say to him. Treat him like a human being, just another person.
Boss, this war business you and Miller started. Since the industry spread out to the PFs, it may have a favorable influence on Cypher. To a ruler, an everlasting enemy is convenient. By directing the public's animosity outside his borders, he could unify their frame of mind. Guns for hire continue the war. Then enrich the economy with their spoils. War as a business will become a permanent tool for manipulating the public mind. A new business model. You might even call it a war economy. Before long, Cypher, or rather the Patriots, will be drawn to this. Probably only a few decades before it takes hold. It's not far off at all. Still no leads on Zero. We don't even know whether he's still alive. But the protocol he put in motion's making steady progress. Every day, SIGINT's web covers a little bit more of the globe. Total information control. Big Brother Zero. And it'll happen before anyone even realizes. I don't like it. You're the big brother of the battlefield. You've earned a firm grip on the world's military power. But soon, Zero will have nations in his. He'll erase the Cold War. All war from people's minds. And with it, the world's borders. Zero's will, his influence, will be unleashed, with nothing to stem the tide. When that happens, opposition will no longer match the lines on the map. And boss, with no borders left, what difference can we make? War will have lost any true meaning to the world. Just one more gear keeping the wheels of economy turning. Another product bearing down the capitalist conveyor belt. The future your friend Miller wanted. That's all there is in store. Perhaps it's already too late. But human will should only be handed down and nurtured by human hands. It can't be entrusted to the system. Especially not that soulless phantom that Zero's left in his wake. No matter what happens, we'll have to fight someday to reclaim our truth. Until next time, Big Boss. Someone has successfully struck at Zero. Since Zero's using a private network, we get information, but we have no way to trace his location. That means the details are still fuzzy at this point, but apparently some new bioweapon was used. As soon as he noticed the dip in his vital signs, he had his stomach pumped and even underwent blood dialysis. But he didn't fully recover. Ironically, if Zero kept more company, he'd have been safe. Since the incident, his speech and actions have been getting more unhinged by the day. He's probably been rushed to another safe house for intensive care. But the location is a complete mystery. That's the way he operates. He went to incredible lengths to make sure his great escape went unnoticed. So far, I know at least Langley and the Pentagon were involved. He had a blackout triggered in New York to disrupt the transportation and information grids, and at least 2 submarines were sighted off the coast. The personnel involved were working off a cover story. Naturally, the White House was fed the same thing. The project is buried under a pile of dummy ops and backup plans stretching across multiple organizations. It's safe to say not one of the people involved knew what they were moving or to where. All top secret, no trail, no leads. He's living up to his name as usual. Only this time, even I can't find him. Now, the only record of his location lies within the Cypher AI that was at the heart of the escape plan. And that's closed off, with its data sealed away in a secret location. Skullface was able to put together this assassination attempt, but even he can't possibly know where Zero is now. I'll keep searching, but when you're up against he who controls information, it's gonna be a long battle. Boss, it was Anderson after all. That's right, the man who went by Sigint during Operation Snake Eater. Following Zero's disappearance, he's taken over command of Cypher. Well, to be precise, the AI he oversees has. The idea to have an AI act for Zero came about in '74, when the data from the mammal pod penetrated NORAD. Clearly, an AI couldn't be allowed to make its own decisions. So they would take away its ability to act, and instead create a specialized system in which the AI, bound by specific rules, filters the massive amounts of data it collects before passing it on to people, subtly guiding their decision-making. A system of the people, by the people, for the people. So they began researching how to do it. DARPA apparently brought Strangelove on board to head it up. She was forced out after a certain incident. The direction of the project and any trace of her existence was scrubbed after her departure. Before Zero lost consciousness as his condition worsened, he left instructions for Anderson, through a cutout, of course. Zero went out of his way to hide your location in order to keep you safe. This meant sacrificing his own protection. It was the only way to ensure you could stand alone as your own man. And here I am. The only link between you and the world that's passing you by. I'm your last connection now. This was Zero's last request. His will. Once you're awake, we need to discuss the best way to ensure your safety. Oh, and they've got a name for Anderson's AI project. It's called the Patriots. It's all about ensuring that the concepts driving society appears the same in the mind of each person in that society. About maintaining the identity of the individual, and yet having that individual willingly make up part of the whole. I guess it's fitting to call that patriotism. Creating a united world. Zero's will is already fading into a shadow of what it once was. Systems, guidelines, rules, laws. When you take a mentality and fix it in a solid shape, put it out there in the hands of people, it can only begin to decay. No mentality can last forever. When the body dies, the will dies with it.
Huh?
Over here.
Hello?
Not there. Here.
Huh?
Thank you for coming. Please.
You're...
Is it that odd? I suppose the cuffs have gotten a bit loose. Although, truth be told, I have been spending more time in pajamas as of late.
No, nothing.
The tie, perhaps. Not the most fashionable pattern, I admit.
No, it is very nice.
How sweet. Will you take a little brandy? You're hardly underage, after all.
No, thank you.
Please, sit. Pacifica Ocean.
What?
Ah, yes. You've already begun. Not bad. A schoolgirl through and through. Even he won't suspect otherwise. Here you are.
Thank you.
You are sick?
Poppycock. I just like to take a little time off work.
You?
You must feel that way sometimes.
Well...
Anyway, I could hardly greet my first guest from that damned bed.
I, missed my chance to catch you snoring.
Now I'm twice as glad I got ready in time. Drink before it gets cold. English breakfast tea. All I have, I'm afraid. There were 8 candidates before you, meaning you will be the 9th Paz Ortega Andrade.
What happened to the others?
They're in the next room. They've been taking it easy these past few months.
They...
Do you see any windows here?
No.
I've gotten used to it, this life. I am who I am, after all, and I've had my fill of cursing this bloody dungeon. Excuse me. But I can't help sometimes wishing I could see the stars. What should I do?
Well, you could go outside, go up to the roof, wait for the clouds to pass. You would have a view of Manhattan, and a pretty one too. But once the wind blows and the clouds pass, you can look up and see a sky full of stars, even here.
You've had a hard time getting to where you are.
Yes.
Sewer rats lead better lives. I know. Extreme training, starvation, days spent without sleep. Abandoned, hurt, and all but killed in every way imaginable. Some of your compatriots died. Others betrayed you, left you for dead. And you did the same to them. But through it all, you survived, and you alone made it here. Just look at you. I can see everything you've been through.
Yes.
Consider this mission a reward for the mountain you've climbed.
Thank you.
Yes, well, you know what's next.
Yes.
And you are prepared?
Yes.
I believe you. That ever so slight tan. Not the type you'd get on the West Coast. If I didn't know better, I'd say you really did grow up around the equator. But it runs deeper than that. One look at you, and I see a wide-eyed student yearning for peace. Born and raised in Central America. I can see it all. How much preparation have you done?
A little.
You'll be perfect for this, to strike back at Snake. I'll share everything I know about him. But you mustn't forget who you're dealing with. If he were to get the better of you, well, I deeply regret having put you in that position. But beyond that, I'm putting my life in your hands.
You can trust me, Cypher.
None of my friends call me that. Tea's gone cold. Shall I make some more?
I know we are the only ones here. There's no one in the other room.
And how do you know that?
You said I was your first guest.
Oh, I haven't had this much fun in quite a while. All right, then.
Cypher's been in hiding ever since his grand experiment. No one's seen him in years.
All we hear are orders delivered by proxy. Except you. You met with him, face to face, in order to contact Big Boss. Tell me where he is. Where is Cypher? Where is Zero? I've never known choice. Where I was born, the language I speak, I've never had the freedom to choose for myself. But you, right now, are free. Do as you will.
This will save Big Boss.
It may.
Will you really kill Zero for me?
Not for you.
All right. Zero is Hell's Kitchen, 10th Avenue. He is undergoing treatment there.
Not exactly Hyde Park.
His medical needs keep him from moving around. That is why he summoned me there. The other residents are of varying race and ages, but in reality, all 40 units are Cypher personnel. It took him 10 years to replace the original occupants. He's got places like this all over the world.
No better place to hide a needle than a stack of needles.
Zero is on the top floor. A room with no windows and no doors. Even the elevator does not reach it. Officially, the floor does not exist. The only access is by a secret staircase 1 floor down. Room 702.
Shades of World War II.
Nobody realizes the entire building is a setup. People go in and out all day. But they're all Cypher. The building blends right in with the rest of the city. They disseminate rumors that a gang operates out of the building. That keeps most outsiders away. And most of them are there as security in case of an emergency. But even they don't know what they're really protecting. Foot traffic, goods coming in and out, phone lines, water and sewage. It is all monitored remotely by satellite and cameras inside and out. Should he need it, there is a sealed-off water conduit that can be used to escape to the Hudson River, and from there to the sea. But from the outside, it is just another building. A perfect disguise.
So the Major believes zero suspicion equals total security. Very bold. It's just the kind of ruse I'd expect from him. So long as no one's suspicions are aroused, you could hide there forever. On the other hand, if someone figures it out, there are dozens of ways in. And he's so paranoid about information slipping out, no one involved has the full picture. That ignorance is a weakness, the downfall of a need-to-know system. The pitfalls are clear. Circumventing them will be simplicity itself.
You hate him, don't you?
Hate? He never left me to die. I owe him my life. I'm bound to repay the favor. Any way I can. But that's not what you really want to know. What you want to know is, Do I hate Big Boss? I don't hate the man. I do deserve a little more of his gratitude. But he probably has no idea who I am. So you see, I have no reason to hate him at all. I mean to have my revenge against Zero. It's not petty hatred or resentment. Nothing so personal. Even the hottest lava eventually cools, becoming a mountain. And that mountain becomes the land. Scalding steam comes back down as rain, forming rivers, draining into the sea. It's then that nature's order sets in. Now I'm merely a part of that cycle. Just like Zero. And you. And Big Boss.
Don't do it!
That lava, that vengeance, is already set as stone. Too late to change things now.
Don't kill him!
The choice is not mine to make.
Please, let Big Boss live!
Proceed.
Please!
Give her the shot already! Hold her still.
It's me. Ocelot. It's been quite a while. Yeah, I'll say. Took a lot longer for you to surface than I expected, Major. I wasn't planning on coming back at all, but I had no choice. Well, after the Caribbean. My hunch was proven right. You wouldn't believe who was behind it. Oh, I have an idea. How did you respond? Immediate disinformation campaign. Most bought into the story, but not everyone. It was quite an incident, after all. I couldn't cover everything, but I did hide the fact that Snake survived, and that should buy us some time. Where is he? En route to an old foxhole of mine. A base in the British sovereign area of Cyprus. The military hospital at Dikelia? Ava's leading the operation. Ava? Following your orders? Funny, isn't it? That we should all reunite like this. This is an emergency. Otherwise, I sure as hell would... Yes, I don't expect you to bury the hatchet between us. Something simply won't ever happen. Even I can appreciate that. You too can only bear to speak with me from time to time. That's fine. But I don't want Snake to die. Surely we can come together on that. There are so few men I can turn to. And you're number one, Ocelot. Keep him hidden. Keep him safe. But I'll stay where I am and leave the rest to you. That's how he'd want it too. Isn't it better for you to be there to supervise? Where I am, where he goes, it makes no difference. All that matters is getting him the very best treatment and security. The latter being where you come in. Will he wake up? And if so, when? I have absolutely no idea. But as long as his heart is beating, he will keep fighting. So please, watch over him. This location, it's safe? No one will find him. And if they try, I will deal with them. The information must be suppressed. Which is what you do best. Guess you're still at the top of your game, huh? Anything but. I'm sick, Ocelot. Donald's taken over a great deal. He'll be handling this situation from here on as well. Though I wish it weren't so. This will probably be the last time you and I speak. So, you won't say no, will you? I have no choice. Thank you. Save your thanks. One more thing. A proposition. Yes.
I've prepared a ruse of sorts, one I imagine you'll quite like.
What is it?
You could say I've made another snake.
Major?
I'm not talking about the children. A mental copy. His phantom, if you like.
I don't understand.
You will when you get to Cyprus. I've set the ball in motion, but the rest is in your hands. You're good at this kind of thing. The best. I need you on this.
If it's in his best interests.
I assure you, it is. Look after Snake. He's the toughest son of a bitch I've ever known. Yes, it's me. You weren't in hospital long. I had trouble finding you.
Where is he?
Safe. But in the same state as when you last saw him. We've had our misunderstandings, you and I. But as you've made clear, our relationship is strictly business. Therefore, I will limit this conversation to the business at hand. Please understand that I don't dislike you. Not inherently.
Where is Snake?
Now. Settle down, or I'll have to hang up. And then you never hear from me again. Do you understand? First, about your boss. I had him moved once he was stabilized. I'm sure it came as quite a shock to you when you woke up. You'll have to forgive me.
I told him to stop putting me under.
Surely you understand. Specialized medical treatment in places like that can be positively nightmarish. We couldn't have left him there forever. And to be honest, I wasn't entirely comfortable leaving matters in your hands. Don't take it the wrong way. Anyone looking for him would be looking for you. He needed to be as far from you as possible. In fact, I'm still not sharing his location, even now. Problems could arise. So, instead, I'm giving you a point of contact. An introduction to a network of messengers who will lead you to a man. A friend to your boss. I'm sure he's mentioned him before. He knows Snake's location. More than any man alive, I trust him with this sort of thing. Keeping secrets, or men in the dark. He's known Snake quite a while. 10 years longer than you. Kazuhira, I don't care if you don't trust me, but I require your absolute trust in him on this. Snake will be brought back into this world, however long it takes. Understood? The only reason we're having this conversation is because you still have a role to play. Which brings me to the next issue. What happens after he regains consciousness? When Snake wakes up, and he will, he'll need your help again. So when he does, I promise you'll be the first to know. The code phrase will be, V has come to. I'll then mobilize all the necessary parties. Think of it as an overture to a prologue. Until then, do what you like. Just be ready when the time comes. But you don't need me to tell you that, do you? I know it's been hard on you too. But I can't imagine you're willing to just walk away.
What are you talking about? If what you're saying is true, then this is like wrapping a rope around your own neck and throwing it over a branch. What's your play in all this?
This is for Snake. So that he survives after he wakes up. Nothing more. After that, I don't care what you do.
Then tell me something.
Go on.
I only joined you after I found out what you were after. To make the world one, you need Snake for that. And he's already done a hell of a lot for you.
He has.
So on some level at least, I think you're being straight with me. Then why'd you do that to him? I get what you were trying with Paz. You wanted to get Snake any way you could. But after that, what you did, how could you do that to him?
After that wasn't me. You may not believe this, but I never intended for any of this to happen. My organization has many arms. It's Just going to take a little longer before we're all on the same page. I admit, I may have been lax in my supervision, but something like that will not happen again.
Whatever. One day, I'll know the truth. Just as soon as the boss wakes up. And then we're coming after you. This ends with you begging us to put you out of your misery.
Is that so? Fantasy can make for a powerful ally. But remember this reality, Kazuhira Miller. Big Boss will wake up. And when he does, be there for him.
Major, I wondered whether you'd really call.
XO, I presume this was your doing?
Do you like my gift?
I've been searching a long time for this.
It is what you were looking for, yes.
The winged dagger of a comrade lost to the sands of Egypt. He served under the boss back in Rayforce. I delivered this pin to her after his death. We were both so very young. From that moment on, she never let it leave her side.
She was still carrying it in Selinoyarsk. How about the back? Something wrong, Major?
Nothing, just pricked my finger.
The back.
The scar is there, just as I remember it. And this white stitching on the back. From the white berets the SAS wore in the early days.
Major?
30th of December, 1941. It's the inscription I made the day he died.
Of course.
His body was never recovered. This pin badge is the closest thing he has to a gravestone. When I gave it to her, she just kept on running her finger over the inscription. Never again, she uttered, as if reprimanding herself for his death. She pressed hard, embedding the inscription itself into her finger. You see, it's why this spot on the back looks shinier than the rest. He was our brother in arms.
So...
Yes, it's real. Thank you. There's no doubt about it.
Good. Now I have no regrets.
What do I owe you?
Nothing. Just want to talk for a moment.
Very well, then.
It's about our man, Major. He's been making some moves.
Miller? Yes, I know. Rhodesia, is it?
Yes, and up to his old tricks again.
No matter. He'll stumble soon enough.
Although he is under my jurisdiction now.
And that's what you want to talk about?
Not exactly. You see, my being here's made me realize I can still be of use to you.
How so?
This country is rich with biological resources. Bacteria, nematodes, viruses. I'm sure we can find something here to bring that plan back into action.
Forget it. The Cleanser Project was just another one of my predecessor's daydreams.
And the vocal cord parasites?
We're an excellent test case for reverse evolution. Nothing more. What matters now is the genetics technology behind that work. With genetics, the clumsiness in targeting an entire race isn't an issue. We can target specific individuals. No need to breed multiple generations of parasite just to get results.
But
Don't be quaint, XO. Once the Cold War is over, our enemies won't be so clearly defined. Using humans alone won't be enough. An electronic network will span the globe, and our enemies will blend right into it.
You may be right. But will people really settle for an enemy they can't see? Men want to feel righteous, need to see the evil in the enemy they fear. Without it, they'll turn their aggressions inward, find an enemy inside. You know this is true.
I see what you're saying. Just as those robbed of their parasites develop allergies and autoimmune diseases. A man robbed of his enemy develops self-destructive tendencies, and I know all the symptoms. Ethnic conflict, religious strife, terrorism. And with asymmetrical conflict, deterrence is a joke. That's why we must depend on information control. People need an appropriate context for their lives. A context that's stimulating without being destructive. That balance is the basis of equilibrium.
You mean to say people will blindly accept your context without developing any allergies?
If we're to unite the world, literacy must be suppressed. To suppress the information immune system, to borrow your metaphor.
Immunity to information. But to ensure there's no allergic reaction, while the immune system fights off parasites and pathogens.
It's done, Exo. This world will become one. I have found the way. The world that the boss envisioned will finally become a reality. Race, tribal affiliations, national borders, even our faces will be irrelevant. The nature of communication itself will change, and it will make mankind whole again.
Some things can't be undone. My face was taken from me. There's no taking that back.
A face means nothing when one's soul is able to communicate directly with another.
I have no intention of hiding behind your technological veil, Major. I wear my broken visage, this skull, in the open, so that I may never forget what I've lost.
You. What are you?
The chain of retaliation is what will truly bind this world together as one. Major.
You son of a... The pin. You...
Yes, the pin. It's too late. They can't extract it. You see, Major, some things can't be undone.
How did you find me? The girl. You made her talk.
I'm sorry I couldn't visit or thank you in person, but it has been lovely chatting. And now that I know you're no longer interested in the garden, it's time for you to step aside. You're a busy man, lots to do, so I've left you a little time.
Go to hell. How dare you? You planned this all along. Had your own agenda. All these years.
Now you see, the world can never truly become one.
But the boss...
You've been wrong.
You're no different. Just like him. None of you understand the world she saw.
I would say the same to you, Major.
You steal it all away. Everything.
The boss said the same thing. Only I understood what she meant. Major, I'll handle the rest. Oh, and one more thing. That pin badge, it was a fake. I held on to the real one. I'll take good care of it. And continue the boss's work.
Jack. Go.
I almost thought you wouldn't come.
Well, you're supposed to visit hospital before you die.
But how did you get here?
My friends at the SAS know how to keep a secret. The trip to the airport was a little dramatic, but the rest was easy. Still, I've had smoother rides. Oh, look. Escorted myself with my tea. I won't be staying long.
I understand.
Which one is he?
On the right.
And the left?
We did just as you instructed.
Has either of them woken?
Neither of them, no.
Not once?
Not in 2 years. Their weekly EEGs show stable activity levels. There's been practically no change.
Jack? Jack? It's me. You look fit to run a country mile.
Every 4 hours, we move all of their muscles, subject them to load. They're stable, but eventually...
Yes, of course.
We've done everything we can to ensure they're ready to move, should they wake up. Still, it's been a pretty long time. How long will they be here?
Indefinitely. It's too dangerous to move them. And so far, no one knows they're here.
I see.
I am most grateful to you. And I need you to keep it up.
We'll do everything we can.
Can you give us a moment?
Of course.
Jack, can you hear me? Nice place, isn't it? I went to a lot of trouble bringing you here. Here where no one will find you. Still, the Ocelot's on guard duty, just in case. Maybe knowing that will help you sleep better. I had no intention of coming, but this could be my last chance. If you'd just come to see me first. Do you remember the last time I visited you in hospital? Our first mission together. After the boss threw you in that river. Broke your arm. Ah, the good old days. I never told you this, but I had another team at my disposal back then, with a very special man leading it. Maybe he didn't like the arrangement. In any case, this man, he seems to have done something to me. Which is why I'm quite sick myself. Up here, there's nothing they can do. I always was the forgetful type, as you know. I'm all right for now, but they say it's a one-way street. If you don't wake up soon, I won't remember you when you do. I don't mind about myself, but what he did to you, I can never forgive. I've sent him to Africa, and I doubt he's coming back. Jack. Once your little holiday here is over. Well, who knows when that will be. But anyway, I probably won't be around. I'll be somewhere even you can't find me. A tombstone chiseled into the code of a machine. That is all I leave to mark my existence. Wake up soon, old friend. Time is running short.
I gotta say that silence there at the end, that was very poignant, very beautifully done. Just that lingering silence. How's that for 51 minutes? It's been a minute, about 51 of them. Alright, there's a lot of information there. I actually wrote some stuff down that I was thinking about as we went through this. So my brain is too scattered to possibly talk about 51 minutes of tapes without forgetting details here and there. So just things that I came across that I was like, oh yeah, that thing stood out. I made a mistake earlier, unless it did show up somewhere else in the game, but I made a mistake and I made the reference to the in this year 2 + 2 = 5. I talked about that during those credits, and we just heard that in the doublethink tape. Not the biggest spoiler. 51 minutes of pure information is right, Remorse. But we got some information on Ocelot's self-hypnosis, basically, where he has to convince himself that the Phantom is the real big boss as well, that he's gonna forget all the real details too, just so he can like play into this and make sure it's real, make sure it not only convinces the world, but convinces him as well. And we know from other parts of the series that this is not I guess this would be the first time Ocelot's done this kind of thing through the timeline, but in Metal Gear Solid 4, that's a big part of the explanation we're given for the Liquid Ocelot persona, is self-hypnosis. There's a nice little comment about the way he said les enfants terribles, or whatever. What did he say?
What's up? About the 1972 project. Les enfants terribles.
Les enfants terribles. And he said, you never did like the French, did you? That's just a fun little callback to Metal Gear Solid 2, where he's like, we got the best surgeons in Lyon to give that arm transplant. He's like, I never did trust a Frenchman. Just a fun callback. Let's see. I did like the line. So they talked a bit with Big Boss about the clones, and he's like, I don't care about them. They're like, I don't remember the exact wording he used, but he does not like what they are. He does not, it's not natural. He's not happy about it, right? But one thing I actually like is that he said, if we do run across them, just treat them like another person. I actually think that's a good way to approach it, rather than just, he's not saying he's going to necessarily just go off the handle and do some shit, but he's like, hey, they're just another person. They don't mean anything special to me. But he's not necessarily being unreasonable either. Alright, so then we start, I skipped through some of that, but we did hear a little bit about Zero being attacked, right here. One thing I noted was, this will go along with Cypher's information control, and I think we started hearing about it in these as well. The only thing that really knows where Zero is at is the Cypher AI, which we got a lot of information about. What we were basically told is when shit started hitting the fan and Zero was attacked, Sigint took over control, but it's not really Sigint in control, it's the AI. And I was going to mention there is some more information coming up, I think. Yeah, it's actually coming up in just a moment. But we heard about this yesterday in the AI pod, where Strangelove talked about basically building up that Patriot system. So we heard more about it here as well. So Sigint took over, but he was really just in charge of that AI. And then we got that information about them pulling in Strangelove to help develop it. It's straight up, is called the Patriots. And it's basically under Anderson, Sigint's control. But whatever that means, right? Because we see with Metal Gear Solid 2, the thing is it's just running on its own, right? It's doing its own thing. It doesn't really need a person in charge of it at a point. So it's kind of ran amok a little bit. That idea of AGI running out of control, right? But we did get confirmation, and there's plenty more about it. We did get confirmation early on in these that Zero was responsible for hiding Big Boss's location. So he still cares, obviously, as we just heard in the later tapes, he still cares about Big Boss a lot. He doesn't want him to die, but things have gotten to this weird rift between them where it's this uncomfortable situation they're in. There's a lot of cool details in the recording of Paz and Zero. I didn't note down too much there, except I really like the way Paz played Zero by saying, I could see through you, Zero. You told me there's all these other 8 Oceania candidates in the other rooms that have all in the other room that's all failed. I'm the 9th. Nah, you're bullshitting. You know how I know? Because you said I was your first guest in a long time. I like that because it shows that the image we got of Paz was always this like carefree schoolgirl attitude. She's just this kid, like, I'm all about peace, yay, everything's happy, everything's good. But she actually does have some skill, and that's a good way of kind of demonstrating that. Now, of course, we hear Paz's account on Zero's location, where she does succumb to that torture from Skullface. And the cool thing about that is it was a direct continuation. We heard the exact thing from the end of Ground Zeroes, and where the tape cuts off there, it continues here. And that's where we heard, okay, he's in Hell's Kitchen, top floor of this building, no windows, no doors, no elevator. There's like a secret staircase that takes you there. The whole building, everybody in there is all Cypher. Basically, the building is a decoy. Everyone there is a cover story to make it look real. They tell stories of like gangs that operate out of there to scare people off. But Zeros also sees that as a weakness because you're relying on the ignorance of a need-to-know basis, which leaves holes in the operation, and you're just saying, okay, basically if no one ever comes in the building, they're never going to find me. But if somebody knows that information, it's really easy to get in. It's really easy to breach that because of the need-to-know basis. There's no one person in the building that sees the big picture. So that's giving Zero an in, or Skullface an in to make his move on Zero. I hope I'm not saying the wrong name sometimes. There's a lot of Skullface and Zero in here. There was the escape hatch to the Hudson and everything, and maybe that's how Zero ultimately got out to make his way to see Big Boss later on, but we'll get to that in a minute. There's definitely a lot of interesting talk about getting revenge against Zero. A lot of interesting talk about kind of how he really felt about Big Boss. He almost seemed a little carefree in some ways. He's like, he probably doesn't even know who I am. Maybe he owes me a bit more gratitude, but he doesn't even know who I am. But Skullface kind of believes in these larger, grandiose systems, right? He talked about nature and like lava and stuff. I don't remember the exact phrasing and everything, but he talked about all these cycles of nature, and he kind of views a lot of these ideas of revenge and vengeance as just part of those cycles of things that are just going to happen. So he has a very interesting outlook on it. So the next one I have something I was just Ocelot and Zero, just recounting some of that. Disinformation campaign is interesting because this plays into a lot of the larger themes of the series, especially going forward and looking at the Patriots AI. And we've heard a lot of talk about these kind of things where that information control. So obviously the big conversation in Metal Gear Solid 2, the one everyone knows at the end, all about information control, creating context. And we actually had some mention of that in these tapes, although I don't know if it was in the Ocelot one. I'm not seeing context mentioned here, but this is one piece of the puzzle, right? So again, we got a confirmation that he had Big Boss in Cyprus. Eva was leading the operation, which is cool. And again, playing into that idea that Zero does care about Big Boss. He's like, keep him hidden, keep him safe. We need security. That's your job, Ocelot. But he, again, kept going on about information needs to be suppressed. No one can know Big Boss is there. We're going to suppress information. And part of that plan was what he told Ocelot. I've got a proposition. I've made another snake. I'm not talking about the clones. I'm talking about, the mental, the phantom, right? So that was Zero's idea, to make that phantom Big Boss, to draw attention away from the real one, all to protect Big Boss. But at that point, Big Boss isn't even awake. He has no say in this. This is just Zero making these plans and saying, hopefully they'll go along with it, right? But there's really no indication yet if they will, because Big Boss isn't even awake. So Miller and Zero, obviously a lot of animosity there. Zero did not trust Miller with giving him the information. So we got the whole thing about there's a network of messengers leading to Ocelot. And after Big Boss regains consciousness, we get the code phrase, V has come to. It wasn't clear, actually, because in the game, it's really when the Phantom regains consciousness. But I have some thoughts on some of that. Maybe go into that. But we know what the code phrase is. I mean, you kind of can guess, because to me it's pretty obvious when you see him wake up. She runs out, V has come to, and you hear all the different people in the chain saying V has come to. I think to me it's fairly clear that's what that means. But we find out the origin of that now. And we did, I think, everybody already knew this, but Miller is basically accusing Zero of the mother base destruction in 75. And he straight up says, that wasn't me. My organization has a lot of arms, and sometimes those arms they do their own thing. They run out of control. That wasn't me. And we hear more on that later, where he explicitly never intended anything like that to happen to Big Boss. They have their animosity. They have their rift between them. Obviously, him sending Paz in and everything is a big deal to some degree, but he never intended it to go as far as it had. So then we got the Skullface and Zero tape, which was just fascinating. I love that one. So we start out hearing about the gift that belonged to the boss, right? And if I'm interpreting that correctly, it was because it was in World War II when the person died, and there was the inscription there. That sounds to me like it's the Sorrow. And there was the back of the pin that was like rubbed. It was shiny because it was rubbed a lot, where the boss would just kind of press her finger on it and stuff. And as he was looking at this pin, he pricks his finger. But he's like, hey, because there's that part there where it's like extra shiny and all that, I know that's the real one. That's the one that actually belonged to the boss. It's not a fake. Thank you for giving this to me. I don't know how you found it, but thank you. So they have the conversation. One of the things they talked about was how Zero had backed out of some ideas, the cleansing project, like I guess ethnic cleansing or whatever. He also basically rejected the idea of the vocal cord parasites. And he talked about something that we definitely know about in Metal Gear Solid, is the idea of this gene research is going to be the way forward, where they can target somebody with a specific genome. I think we know all about that with Fox Die, right? So this seems to be the birth of that idea actually taking place here with Zero. What else do I have? The idea of the electronic network spanning the globe, getting back into information control. He was talking a lot about that. And this is where he brought up that idea of creating context. Again, the Patriots to a T. We need to create remorse. Fox, die. No, Zero did get, well, we'll get that in a second. But this idea of creating context, that's all SOP right there, right? Or not SOP, well, not so much. I meant to say S3, Selection for Societal Sanity, right? Create context, suppress information. They had this idea of the information immune system. That's pure Patriot AI talk. That's the origin of it right there. So Zero's idea was that by controlling information and creating context, the world could become one. In his idea, it was the world that the boss envisioned. Skullface is like, nah, I don't agree with that. You know, you see what you think the boss envisioned, but to me, the chain of retaliation is what's going to bind the world together. And we've obviously seen that with Skullface in the game, where he's all about, like, we're going to destroy languages. Sahelanthropus is going to sow this seed of, like, vengeance and stuff in the world. He thinks that's going to be the way to live up to the boss's will of seeing the world unified. So then Zero gets played hard. That's what Remorse just said. Because earlier on in that tape, when he pricked his finger, turns out the pin was poisoned. He triggers the alarm and everything. He finds out Paz talked. There are a couple of things that stood out. There was a line that says, "None of you understand the world that she saw." But they kind of have that disagreement there, because one person's like, no, this is what the boss saw. The other one's like, no, this is what the boss saw. They all have their disagreements. And then Big Boss has his own version of it. Everybody has their own interpretation of the boss's will. And we've been seeing that throughout the past couple of games. I mean, I guess you hear about it in 4, you hear about it in Peace Walker, you hear about it here. Everybody's got their own interpretation of the boss's will, and they're just all competing. So everything always keeps coming back to the boss, right? So then we also find out, because Skullface is just that much of an evil piece of shit, the pin wasn't even real the whole time. He just made the fake pin. He made it look real. He kept the real one because he also is kind of obsessed with the boss's will and everything, so he didn't want to give that away, I guess. And he's like, all right, Zero, you're like poisoned, you're dying, you're having a bad time now. So he says, quote, he's going to continue the boss's work. So Skullface really believes what he's doing is continuing the boss's work. And then kind of where we leave off, the 51 minutes of tapes here that I'm just quickly kind of making some comments on what I think is interesting. Zero visiting Snake, to me, very sad. I think it's very well done, but it does show once again that Zero really does care for Big Boss. He never wanted things to go as far as they did, but things just spiraled out of control, and he's basically coming in there at what may be the end of his life. I mean, we obviously know he lives a lot longer, but in what state, right? He's basically not even conscious when we see him in Metal Gear Solid 4. We know, like, here in this tape, he's got the poison, whatever kind of attack, has messed with him mentally. He's talking about his memory is gone. So this is essentially the last time he's going to be able to visit Big Boss and have any kind of coherence to it, right? So that's kind of why I think it kind of hits a little bit. It is sad, despite the fact that, you know, he's done a lot of bad things in this whole, you know, series. It is sad as well, because it's just a man being vulnerable to someone he really cares about, who's in a coma, and he's just like, man, I wish you would wake up, you know, I just want you to wake up, I want you to be safe, right? So we did get in that tape that neither Big Boss or Venom have woken up in 2 years. So that was, I guess, 77. You know, one of the things to question a little bit is how you're able to just get up from a coma and be as active as they are. Well, I don't know how realistic it is to the degree that we see in the game, but they subject their muscles to load and like work their muscles and stuff every 4 hours. We heard a little bit about, you know, XOF, but it's nothing that we didn't already know, right? He's like, hey, there was this other team with a man, and that man seems to have done something to me. It's affecting me mentally, and I sent him to Africa, but he probably won't be able to get out of there or anything. But obviously, we've seen that Skullface got up to a lot of shit, so it didn't quite work out. But Zero very much recognizes, like, hey, I'm not going to be around when you wake up. And he describes himself, he's going to have a tombstone chiseled into the code of a machine. So very kind of poignant, very sad note. I mean, as much as Zero has done bad things again, it's a big moment of vulnerability from him, of just seeing a friend who he cares about and realizing, hey, look how things have spiraled out of control. Look how all this shit has gone down, you know. So very good. 51 minutes of tapes. However, also hello, Homunculi. It's been a minute. I hope you're doing good. I noticed something when we got to the last tape. Challenge task 100%. There are no more tapes. Whew. 51 minutes of tapes right there. A lot of very good information, though. Very interesting stuff. You know, if you care about the series, if you know, like me, I was playing this series in the 90s. So seeing all these things finally come together in what is really, there could be other games, but there was Survive, which is not even remotely part of the main story, and it was not received well. And there's been some rumors about a new game, but you know, Konami's been kind of weird since Kojima left, so the chances of it happening anytime soon are probably very unlikely. So I mean, we're sitting here, it's been almost 9 years to do the meme, you know. I'm afraid it's been 9 years. It's been almost 9 years since this came out. Very kind of just, I keep using that word, poignant note to leave off on, but I mean that's what we have. That's the truth files. What were they called? The truth tapes, truth records. There we go. So we've heard the truth. Make of it what you will, but remember, there's another interesting component to it. There are no facts, only interpretations, and that reminds me, I did make a note that I forgot to come back to from the beginning, because it's something I've been thinking about a lot. Ground Zeroes has an interesting moment at the beginning that I don't remember if I commented on, but it always stood out to me. Well, not always, because the first time I played Ground Zeroes, I had not seen a full playthrough of Peace Walker, so I did not know the full story of Peace Walker. But there is a line at the beginning of Ground Zeroes where Miller says something like, Paz being an angel of peace or whatever. I can't believe we ever bought that crap. That's what he says, right? You didn't, Miller, did you? You never bought that she was a student, that she was an angel of peace. You told us at the end of Peace Walker that you knew all along that her and Zadornov were agents. So that's a very interesting line of dialogue and raises questions. Is that a mistake? Is it intentional? There are no facts, only interpretations. Some people, I've seen some interesting theories that suggest, because of lines like that and some other things, that Ground Zeroes is actually not real. It is, but it's not. The theory was that Ground Zeroes is actually part of the training simulation stuff for Venom. I'm not saying that's necessarily true, but it's a lot like the idea in Metal Gear Solid 2 of Raiden playing through the Shadow Moses incident in VR as a way to train. It's a very similar idea. I don't really know, I don't remember all the things that are cited as evidence for that, so there may be some really good evidence that I'm not, you know, immediately aware of. I should probably not land there, it's going to take forever. So there's maybe some really good evidence there that I'm just not aware of, but I think it's an interesting thing to think about, and there really are some very interesting theories in this game. Some of them are that there's still more to the game that we haven't seen yet, and that's where we could finally start getting into some of that, since we've kind of beaten everything. We've got all the tapes, right? So there are some interesting ideas there, in that you can hit 100% and still not see everything in the game. For instance, there is a nuclear disarmament scene that has never and may never be legitimately triggered. And that's because there is a mechanic in the online play where you can... Oh, I forgot to pull in Dee Dee. Well, that's okay, we'll get him. There's a mechanic in the online play where you can go into someone's base and disarm their nuclear weapons. And by doing that, the idea is that if every nuke is disarmed, it would trigger the nuclear disarmament scene. But it's also known that there are basically dead nukes on the servers that will never be able to, like, be accessed. So it's pretty much deemed impossible to trigger that legitimately. We've seen the scene because people can data mine and mod the game and all that. But there's been all this speculation for years that, you know, eventually, if we can ever make that happen, new things are going to unlock or whatever. There's been a lot of speculation that the 9 years mark, the 9 years is going to trigger something, right? I don't know how true that is, but there's a lot of interesting theories out there when it comes to this game. Also, thank you for that follow. I appreciate that. I can't even remotely break down all of the evidence and everything that's cited for these theories. There are plenty of excellent YouTube channels out there that break them down. Some better than others, because not every theory is the same too, right? One person may have one theory, another may have a different theory. This is kind of how it is. Let's call in Dee Dee real quick.
Please select a drop point.
Drop right there.
Dispatch requested.
So there's so many, like, potential things that we could think about with this game. Some of the evidence that I can say for the idea there still being more is, well, a glaring omission, first of all, that this is the bridge into it. This is not really the biggest piece. The bridge into it is whatever happened to Liquid. He stole Sahelanthropus. I kept making a statement with Paz before we got the full revolution and everything with Paz. I kept making a comment like, well, they wouldn't just introduce something to the game and leave it unresolved, right? So we're gonna have to get a resolution, right? Come on. We're gonna have to get a resolution, right? Well, notice, wait. He's, okay, no, I was like, he's standing up sleeping? There we go. It turns out though, maybe we can. Maybe they will show us something and not give us a resolution, because it turns out we haven't seen any follow-up to Liquid yet. And now I can go ahead and say that it's not in the game. It is cut content. There is a video of it. It's called The Kingdom of the Flies. It's a development video showing basically a prototype scene. It has like no dialogue or anything, but the gist is like you get a location of where they went to, and you go in there. One of the big concerns is, I think at that point you found out that Liquid has the vocal cord parasite, and he's just around the age of puberty, which is where it can start infecting you and causing all the problems. And so then it's going to basically, it's going to be a global issue if that parasite starts spreading. Come on, hit this man. It's going to be a global issue if that parasite starts spreading. So you're going after that. You're trying to rescue your chopper pilot and stuff that was taken hostage by them. It's because you don't want to leave them hanging and all that. And they basically get there, and I remember one element of it. Again, you have to look up the video to get the whole picture, but one element of it is they actually use the game mechanic of colors messing up when he takes a big hit or whatever. And he's, Venom is trying to shoot some people, but he ends up shooting the wrong person because he's wearing a different colored suit. I think he ends up shooting Liquid, and it's this whole thing where, like, you have to look it up again. It's this whole situation where I guess Psycho Mantis kind of helps him recover, and he actually removes the vocal cord parasite, which explains how Liquid was able to go on living, not trigger a global infection or whatever. It's kind of the answer to that. So it's this whole thing that was cut. Like, we have the scenes and everything. They're not complete, but we have a good indication of what was intended to be there. So a lot of people talk about that and say, like, hey, this is evidence. This is evidence. Like, it's very obvious. Like, this is an indication. Wait, is it tank unit that I'm after? Hold on. This is a huge indication. Yeah, that's where I want to go. And then we go up there too. Go up there. Anything else? It's like, this is a huge indication of, like, how many things were missing from the game. It feels so incomplete. And I've always wondered, is it actually incomplete? One of the critical things I thought of is, like, what if it turned out that Kojima was like, no, we released the exact game we intended to release. I believe he has said that the game that was released was the thing that he envisioned, which starts to raise questions of, like, okay, that was cut. It feels very odd to have such a big, like, hey, Sahelanthropus is gone, like a vocal cord parasite's out there, and you just never get a resolution to that. That's where you start getting into the meta-analysis of the game and talking about that idea of a phantom pain. Like, you feel, as a player, you feel like something is missing. You have your own kind of phantom pain along with the game. I think it's an interesting way to look at it. And, you know, if Kojima himself has said, hey, the game we released is the original vision that I have, like, it is my vision as I intended, then who are we to question it, right? It's kind of interesting to think about, though. Don't fly out, Dee Dee. Also, I'm kind of going on this big breakdown, but I see your message, Homunculi. I'm glad you could pop in, because it has been a minute. And I'm curious what band you're talking about. Curious if I will know them. We'll cut through here. So this does bring me to some other interesting concepts. Oh, I've actually, I'm very aware of Beast in Black. I'll be seeing them later this year. Very aware of them. They kind of spun off from Battle Beast. When some stuff happened there. Do I have that one? Yeah. I'm definitely aware of them. That's good stuff. I'm not gonna see them here. I'm gonna see them at Prague Power. So anyway, one of the other things I really wanted to get into was continuing on that idea of kind of meta-analysis and things we can kind of question, is there more to the game or not? We have the nuclear deterrence thing, like just nuclear disarmament rather. We have that thing, and people wonder, is that going to trigger something? We have the questions of, will something happen after 9 years? Well, there's also some interviews with, I don't think directly with Kojima. I think it was Jeff Cayley. And he's like good friends with Kojima, so it's not like he's just a random guy saying something. I guess we'll just drive past this. Alright, stupid gunship. Anyway, he's not just a random guy saying something. He's a good friend of Kojima, and he talks about how Kojima told him the game was going to be 3 major sections, like 3 major pieces. And that's a little difficult to interpret on, like, is the hospital considered one? Are we talking about hospital all the way up through Sahelanthropus as one piece? And then after Sahelanthropus through now is the second piece? And a lot of people are thinking, hey, there's a third piece that we're still waiting on. You know, there's a lot of interesting thoughts about what could be or may be remaining with this game. I don't really know what is and isn't true. I don't think anyone does, but there's so many interesting theories about it that I think it's interesting to look into. You know, it's one, you don't want to get your hopes up too much, but the idea is Kojima straight up said, I'm gonna try something with this game that's never been done in the industry before. That's basically what he said. And the idea of releasing a game and then having like a 9-year delay or something for the real ending and all that, that would certainly qualify. I mean, it's a bit extreme, but it would certainly qualify as something that's never been done before. And then people like really go down the conspiracy rabbit hole and start suggesting things like, no, the whole like drama and everything that happened with Kojima being removed from Konami and all that, it's just a ruse. It's literally just a ruse to make people buy into the idea that this game is done, this franchise is done. I don't know if that's the case, but there's some interesting thoughts out there. I mean, it would be cool. It would be really cool to see something like that happen. It seems a little far-fetched though. But I like that people still have that much passion for this series, for this franchise, that they, you know, they have these kind of hopes, you know. Got him. Got him. All right. My big hope that I've always said was that this game would lead to Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2 remakes. A big part of it was seeing them bring up Operation Intrude and 313. This vehicle's just gonna wake him up, isn't it? I think we might be okay. Yeah, I mean, if I were gonna get my wish and there was a part 3, it would straight up be Operation Intrude in 313, and that it would just be like, yo, we got Metal Gear up in here now. I don't think that's ever gonna happen. It'd be really sick though. I can just literally ramble on this for like an hour and a half though, because it's so intriguing and so interesting to me. I want to just kind of back off a little bit now, because like I said, I'll just keep going. I don't want to bore people with it's like overly detailed analysis off the top of my head where I just like run in circles and stuff, because it will happen. But I do want to focus a little bit on side ops and stuff here, as I'm doing. I need to call in something to take out this chopper. Actually, I wonder, did any of these guys have a launcher? Let's find out.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Where'd they go? Is that their weapons? Oh, he does have a launcher. Sweet. I don't have to get rid of my gun now. Alright. So yeah, back on that topic of Beast in Black. I think they were supposed to be on Prog Power last year, but everything got screwed up. But they are going to be on it this year, so I'll be seeing them there. But I'm pretty excited about that, because I do like them a lot. Oops. Apparently I suck. Wait, he was shooting, but I wasn't detected. Interesting. That thing will tear you to shreds.
Supply requested.
Whoa! Oh, did he flare? Nice. Alright, what did you say? You just happened to discover him via Spotify? Well, the reason a lot of people got into it is Berserk, because they have multiple songs that are about Berserk, but so does Battle Beast. So Battle Beast has a bunch of Berserk stuff, and you know, a lot of Berserk fans like it, but like the main guy who was doing all the Berserk stuff. Wait, where's my Grom? You didn't give me Grom ammo? Oh, come on. Development, weapons, don't kill me. Stop lagging. Stop lagging while I'm trying to get in here and request this.
Supplies requested.
Alright. Let's keep moving.
Supply drop complete.
Did he lose me? No, I don't think so. Maybe. But yeah, some drama happened or whatever with the band, and the main guy who was like the most into Berserk and making all the Berserk songs and stuff from Battle Beast, he was like ousted or something, so he went and made another band, and that's Beast in Black. But then yeah, like a lot of Berserk fans and stuff are really into them because of that. So that's kind of how I originally got into Battle Beast. I think they've done a couple Berserk songs since then, but they don't really embrace it like they used to when it was the one dude. Oh, I thought he flared. Can I go get my other weapon back now? Because I don't want the CGM. Wait, I dropped it here and you're telling me it's gone now? That sucks. Just because I hate calling in drops for weapons. I can't believe I missed that shot earlier. Alright, where's the next one? Oh, we way up there. Alright, well I gotta start working my way up there. Because I'm too lazy to, I don't like calling in the chopper, you know? So, to me, like, I've talked about this a lot, but even though I'm running 4 kilometers, it's active. It's active gameplay. And waiting on the chopper, it's like 2 minutes to get picked up, or no, like 1 minute to get picked up and then dropped off. Well, I mean, I guess if you consider the redeploying and everything, probably closer to 2 minutes. And it's very inactive gameplay. You're just waiting on an automated chopper ride. So something about just actually running, even though it's not always the most exciting. And if I do see that vehicle again, if I go past it, I'll take it. But something about actually moving, even if it takes longer, doesn't feel bad to me. Because I'm more involved. That's it, Mateus. Also, I hope you've been well. That's how I feel. 1 minute waiting for Hind? Nah, better run 10 minutes to objective. But also, you find things when you're running. Like, sometimes you come across something interesting. I mean, not in an empty place like this, but when you're, you know, going through and like, oh, there's an S guy, you know, I'll take that S dude. You don't really get to capture people and stuff, or you don't have as many interesting gameplay encounters. Like right now, if I'm running and a guy spots me, I might have a really fun encounter that you just don't have anything like that from the chopper. But I will look out for that vehicle again. Well, not the same one, because we're well past it. Highly skilled, so we've done that. Get out of here. I'm not repeating old ones. I do very much need to get a drink soon. I am feeling the thirst right now. Also, I've talked about this a lot, but come on, bro. This man can sprint full bore for like 10 minutes. That's just incredible. I can't get over it. Now I gotta get used to calling him Venom again. See, any other time I talk about this, I'll call him Venom. But when I'm keeping up the appearances, when I'm playing through the game, I'm calling him Big Boss because, hey, you're not supposed to know, right? But now you do know, but I'm so used to, like, I had to give myself the double think, you know, the ocelot treatment, the brainwashing. I had to do that to myself as well, so I really believed that it was Big Boss. Okay, so Mateus, I feel similar when it comes to fast traveling in games. Usually I skip that because usually I find some extra stuff in the world of the game. And you're good. Recently finished Metal Gear Solid 3, the 3DS for. Oh, I forgot that existed. Wow. Now I remember that you said it. I completely forgot that was ever a thing. Seems interesting. Yeah, so what you said though about like, I generally skip fast travel for a good chunk of a game, and then usually late into a game, I was like, take Elder Scrolls. Early Elder Scrolls, I gotta walk everywhere. Like, I always gotta walk everywhere. And part of that, well, not always, but early on. And if I haven't been to a specific thing, like, even if they'll let me fast travel to it, like the cities and stuff, I'm not gonna do that until I at least walk there once, because I want to find all that stuff in the environment. Like, you're gonna run across all these unique places and encounters, and if you just simply fast travel everywhere, you're gonna miss a lot of that, you know? You're gonna miss those interesting enemy encounters, those interesting locations. All that stuff is gonna be gone, you know? Remorse, I will look, but I'm aiming to do them all anyway, so I don't think it's gonna be an issue. But what's special about that? Yeah, it's done. We did that yesterday. I know, Remorse is saying you gotta check if you've unlocked Side Op 112. Yeah, that's the Kojima one. We did that yesterday. And Homunculi asked, is this the last of the Metal Gear Solid games? Pretty much, yeah. There was Metal Gear Survive that came out after this, and it's its own side universe. It's not part of the main story or anything, and most people don't like it. It got a pretty negative reception. It's kind of weird. Leave it at that, I guess. I personally never played it, but I guess it's like an alternate universe where a bunch of people got captured and there's like weird wormholes and stuff. I mean, technically this game has wormholes, but there's a bunch of weird stuff, and like Remorse just says we don't talk about Metal Gear Survive. So technically there was another game, but it's also not Metal Gear Solid. So your question, is this the last of the MGS games? Yes. But there is another Metal Gear game that people don't like to talk about. And it had nothing to do with Kojima or anything. It was just like Konami saying, let's make some random side story Metal Gear game that has nothing to do with anything and have fun with it. And yeah, it was not received well. But this game basically covered one of the biggest plot points between that the series has had since the beginning. And when I say that, I mean since Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2, the very first games. explaining how, I mean, you know, spoiler alert, we just saw the answers here, but just, you know, obvious spoiler alert, I guess, if you know, haven't played them and you care. In Metal Gear, Big Boss is your commanding officer. Turns out he's been working with the enemy, he's like leading the enemy the whole time, and he's been trying to get you killed. So then you kill him, and then in Metal Gear 2, Big Boss is alive again, and you kill him again. And it's all, like, it was never really answered. Just like, well, how is this guy, how did we kill him? And then he came back and we killed him again. This game basically is a 100-hour explanation of how that happened. Okay, whatever, I don't care. Because basically, when this helicopter crash and everything happened in 1975, Big Boss and his medic went into comas. The medic was essentially brainwashed and conditioned to think that he is Big Boss. And so that is who we're playing as, Venom Snake, the Phantom, the fake Big Boss. And he's the guy that was actually killed in Metal Gear, and then Big Boss is the one who was killed in Metal Gear 2. So this game, in a way, was like a 100-hour explanation of a question that's been around since the 90s. You played Revengeance. I never, I played the demo of that. I've seen full playthroughs of it. I played the demo of it. It's not my kind of game. And it's a little bit weird for my taste. Like, I'm not a fan of it, to be honest. So I don't think, I don't have any plans to ever play Revengeance myself. I know that's a controversial take right there, because people love that game. Personally, I've said it many times, the original plan for Metal Gear Rising was actually a bridge between Metal Gear Solid 2 and 4. And it was supposed to cover things like between the games. Raiden went in and like rescued Sonny from the Patriots and stuff. I'm just dropping names and story elements that you haven't played the game, so it's not going to mean a lot, but it was supposed to cover that time between the games and kind of bridge that gap and explain how Raiden became what he was in Metal Gear Solid 4. And that was all basically abandoned, and we got something very different when it came to Revengeance. I would have preferred the original vision of it, but, you know, it's just me. So Remorse might be agreeing with me a little bit. If they just kept it as a Metal Gear and not a DMC Metal Gear combo, it would have been so much better. I think I'm agreeing with that. That I'm not into the kind of hack and slash Devil May Cry and Bayonetta style games, really. So that's what it is. That's not really for me.
Analysis complete.
Come on, mark that man. I mean, you're allowed to like it, of course, but it's just not for me. Mark him. I need to know that he's there. I think it would have been interesting. I'm also one of like 6 people who actually like Raiden in Metal Gear Solid 2 and don't like him in 4. So I don't think I would have minded seeing a bridge between the 2 versions of Raiden. But Revengeance really playing into the Metal Gear Solid 4 version of Raiden is also not up my alley. And again, I think I'm in a minority on that one because a lot of people don't like Metal Gear Solid 2 Raiden. Boss, get down. What's up, T-Bone?
Analysis complete.
And yeah, Remorse Raiden says Raiden is sort of a self-insert into he's relatable. That's actually something I didn't really elaborate on here, but that's kind of what Venom is supposed to represent, is a bit of a self-insert. Right? Venom represents this idea of like, anyone can be Big Boss. It's very much the same idea in Metal Gear Solid 2, with anyone can be Solid Snake given the right conditions. Well, what about Big Boss? Let's make another Big Boss. Given the right conditions, it should be doable, right? Well, here we are. Seems to almost be the origin, within the timeline, of course, it seems to kind of be the origin for what was done with Raiden. Shoot him in the wiener. Trank that man's wiener. Never get an erection again.
Boss, get down.
Hey, wait, he shot quick as hell.
Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Oh, that's not good, is it? Alright, do I have everyone marked? Let's start taking count whenever that guy crashes. 9. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're missing 2. It's probably snipers. Yo, that guy really shot quick as hell though, didn't he? I was just gonna lay there and let him pass out, and he's like, nope. You don't even get to wait through the entire, reflex mode. But yeah, anyway, back on what I was saying. Self-insert thing does kind of apply to this game as well. But I think they did cool things with Raiden. The idea of like suppressing trauma and all that. So on one hand, they could do the self-insert thing and try to make him relatable. But then on the other hand, when they needed him to kind of be his own character, it's like, oh, you've actually got all this past history and trauma and everything. So they kind of did a little bit of the best of both worlds with him, I think. Alright, let's try to get up on this dude. Shit, don't be standing up. Nope, nope. Sometimes when you go over certain terrains, it kind of jacks with you a little bit. Alright, we got maybe a sniper over that way. If I can sneak up on this man... Alright. Good there. Let's get the vehicle. Hope that one doesn't notice anything. Wormhole. I just love the way that looks.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Alright, we got this guy up here. I'm a little worried because I think we just saw a sniper over that way. We're a little bit too far right now, but I'm a little worried he's gonna spot me since I'm getting this elevated ground, and I don't have my sniper on me right now.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
It's gonna be hard to hit him with the pistol. Oh, there they are.
Analysis complete.
So I'm losing track though. So how many is this? Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's all of them. I love the emote. I think I popped up in the corner there. That was a good spot. Yeah, it's funny, like the interrobang, the exclamation and question mark. That to me, that is the, in my brain, I can hear that symbol as the Metal Gear Solid alert sound.
You gotta extract him.
Like that's just baked into my brain. I know they don't use the question mark on Metal Gear Solid, but Just anytime I see someone do that, an exclamation and question mark, that's what I hear.
Leave the rest to us.
Got Metal Gear sound effects. He's actually pointing... He's pointing to his... Oh, wait, that's an artillery truck. But he has a gun up top to... Oh! Shit. You shooting artillery? Kojimbo conditioning did its job, right?
Roger that.
Okay, that's a question. When did people start saying Kojimbo? Because I've been watching some newer playthroughs and I've been hearing that a lot. But I never used to hear that. I was curious when that one became a thing. Oh, this man wants to play. Over here trying to snipe. Ah, get dunked on. Come on. Wait, is he? Oh my god. He didn't see me? I mean, I know I'm in the sneaking suit and stuff. Alright, that was sloppy, but it still worked out. Only thing I blew up was the chopper, because I can't wormhole it. Alright, what's the next one?
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Mine clearing. Actually, mine clearing is going to be easy with DD. So there's a couple things that I want to do. Like I said, I want to keep going for the side ops. Try and do most of them. It's going to be hard to do all of them probably, but I'm going to try. At a point, side ops are a little redundant though. It's not always the most exciting thing. I know I could take that vehicle. We'll just run it. Just go on foot. So, there's still a few things I want to do. I'll just leave it at that.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Yes, remorse. That's how I ended off yesterday. As I said, there's still a few things I want to do. We'll leave it at that. I don't want to spoil things. Alright, we're almost there. Mine clearing, like I said, will be easy with DD, because he tells you where they're at. Some of these are really annoying. It does feel good to have the 100% tape completion. Because you like know you've done pretty much everything. Alright, he found a landmine. Where? Oh, it's just all up in there. Okay, it's right on the D. That is a good boy. You're right. Oh, I'm already seeing them. These aren't too bad, it doesn't seem. A lot less grass here to conceal them. Where?
Marker placed. Marker placed. Marker placed. Marker placed.
Nice.
You have arrived at your destination.
Better not. fight them off. Oh. Taking a dump? You can actually fight them off. There we go. I didn't know what it was gonna be. I thought it was just dogs. Out of here, you damn bear.
You have arrived at your destination.
I like the missions where, or I like the mine clearing ones where dudes start coming in to check out all the explosions and they just walk into mines because they're dumb. Alright, where can I get a chopper here? Cause, what the fuck does that bear, what's he doing here? What's his boss thinking? Hey, they're the ones that said they wanted like an animal conservation platform. That was their idea, not mine. Weather will clear shortly. Yeah, let's get out of here. Head back to the ACC. Animals Without Borders. I don't know how to say animal in French. Probably looks like English, but they just don't say half of the letters. Animaux Sans Frontières. Woof! Dee kicks ass. He's not quiet, but he kicks ass. Yeah, keep barking, dude. Hey, here, why wouldn't you grab that? Gotta do it. You always gotta do it.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Let's take a look at the side ops now. What did I do, like 4?
Side ops list updated.
So where am I at? Like 139, 140? 140. I mean, 17 more is a lot to do today. Wandering Puppies is easy. Another armored vehicle unit. So where's that? Serac and Degwandi. Okay. We'll go to the power plant.
Please select a landing zone.
We'll land here. It'll take them like 8 minutes, but we'll just land here. Why are you showing the CGM instead of that? That worries me. You gonna load the model anytime soon? What's going on? Oh, he did. I just can't see it. Okay. Dude, I am all jacked up. Did I ever... Yeah, we'll commence. Let's say I could load up the battle dress, but I don't need it that bad. All right, give me just a moment while we're landing. I'm gonna grab another water. I wonder if we're gonna do the hellish, like, let's circle for 3 minutes landing, since I picked a hot zone. Even though I know it's Wandering Puppets, there's not gonna be anyone dangerous here. Look at that bird. That dude kicks ass. Yeah, so I've talked about this before, but for anyone listening, I do have a 100% playthrough on this. And the last thing I needed to do on that playthrough was actually get all the animals. And that was a bit of a pain. Like, I did look up a guide on that, just to find them all. Some of them are like, put a cage in this specific area and wait, you know, and just have to trial and error it or figure it out, you know, look it up, whatever. It's a little hard to figure out on your own, I think. Obviously someone's done it, though. That wasn't the worst landing. It was still lengthy, but it wasn't the worst landing. Alright, where are these wandering puppies? Is it just... What if it's just one? I don't think it is, but... Okay, no. Can I... Oh, wait a minute. This might be better. Will it work?
That's the target.
It doesn't seem to be working very well. Oh, it does! Sick.
The map has been updated.
That's way better. I was gonna hold... I'm not even moving, I'm just holding E. Got a good chunk of them.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
That kicked ass. Anyone else? We good?
He's coming too. Roger that.
Side op. Side op.
Alright, let's get out of here, but I got a trick to get out of here.
Extraction arrived at Metabase.
Wait. Oh, no, we can't go in here, can we? You can only do it in the mission. In Hellbound, yeah. There's actually containers inside of there that you can't extract unless you have the wormhole. But I do have the wormhole, so I could use it to extract if there are containers somewhere else. Because I really don't want to wait on the chopper. It's slow. That's not looking good. Oh, wait. We're at the fast travel. Let's just do it. I always forget about this because I, like, never use it. Okay, what's next? Side op list.
Marker placed.
Alright, we gotta pet you. Or not. Okay, pet his tail. And the way he's wagging looks weird right now. Cardboard box.
Please select.
And let's get down here. Cleaning up side ops. We're almost 4 hours in. I don't want to go 7 like I did yesterday. But as I said, we're going to try and wrap up as much as I can before the end of the session. But there's some optional stuff that I can and will do. That's the biggest issue right now. Making sure I take care of that. Wait, oh, you just don't? Okay. I really hate dealing with the helmeted ones. Can I not? Extract? Go. I mean, I guess I could just kill him.
Leave the rest to us.
How do we, like, unfuck these guys?
He's coming too. Roger that.
Like, after this happens, and we capture them, like, do they just go back to normal, like, 5 minutes later? What actually happens to these puppets? I just don't think you could knock them out unless you headshot them, though. I mean, the gas works, but I've tried tranking them, and they just seem to always soak it up. Matea said, "You don't save them. They played Survive. They're beyond saving."
The map has been updated.
You gotta extract him.
I do have a friend who likes it for what it is, not as a Metal Gear Solid game. He's like, you know, I like jank shit, but I had fun with the hour, or the, like, 6 hours that I played it. But he called it jank. Like, he's not in denial. He doesn't think it's like a great Metal Gear Solid game. Alright, so 90% side ops. Lamar Hate would be a good place to go. Yeah, let's go to Lamar Hate.
Marker placed.
I don't know why I'm putting a marker, because I don't really need it. I'm gonna fast travel. Where did, oh, there it is. It's like, where the thing at? This is always fun, just going right into the middle of a place.
Delivery point.
It's weird, I swear I saw another chat message pop up, but the last one is still the same about Survive. Sometimes my peripheral does some weird stuff.
The map has been updated.
Oh. Hey, no. I'm not a fan of the... That's part of why I don't like fast travel, because I was just trying to exit the box inconspicuously and I dove out right next to a guy. No! Dude, I suck today. It's because there's no quiet. Must be the missing chat is a message redacted by the Patriots. You're probably right. Information control. They're creating context in real time. It's kind of crazy when you think about it, isn't it? These guys suck.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Hey. The gunship up there, here to cause problems. Oh, but we have AA over here, don't we? Unless it's still destroyed.
Analysis complete.
Subject on board.
This guy sucks.
Leave the rest to us.
Analysis complete.
A++ is even pushing it at this point, but I'll take an A++ usually.
Analysis
S ranks are so common now, though. The emote. I just don't want him waking up. And I can't exactly hold him up when we're in the middle of an alert. Are you good? Oh, you are. Outpost captured.
He's coming too. Roger that.
He fell. Oh no, this is where he was at, my bad.
Analysis complete.
This is the S rank guy. Yeah, okay. Oh, he's a boaster, but I'll probably take him.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
What are we borking at, dude? Get out of the way. You don't want to be in the way of that, DD. You will not have fun if you're in the way of that. Hey, this is what I wanted. Because I don't have to call in a CGM or anything.
You gotta extract him. Gunship. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
There we are. I saw 3 dudes walking around earlier. I saw their silhouettes on the top of that hill. Let's move in a little closer now. We got the worst part of the unit, the armored unit, out of the way now. That is one thing. I looked over all the gaps on the side ops yesterday, and there were still pretty big gaps around the tank units and armored units, so very likely that there's going to be a handful of these, which kind of sucks. I hate... Look, this is number 14. Like, there's so many of them. They're still better than the Peace Walker ones, though. Peace Walker ones be like, oh, you took out the 4 dudes? This vehicle's going to spit out 4 more dudes. 4 times, or 5 times. Mateus says, damn, boss doesn't accept low stats, you're right. We got dudes circling in behind. Oh, is this a pink one? These are tougher.
That's the target.
If I understand right, the pink ones like that are tougher. Because in one of the extreme missions, there was a pink vehicle like that. And it took like 3 shots from the CGM or something. Maybe it was a Grom. I think it was a CGM. Is that a guy? Hold on. No. I think it said 1 of 9 when I hit that chopper. And this is very, very wide open. Hey, remember that mission with Tank, which was super hard and irritating? Great, here's 10 more. Yeah. Why is this Jack? Oh my god, he's slipping and sliding. Anyone got deja vu ready? That man was drifting. Hello. Okay. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Still missing at least 2. I kind of want to go for this now. Because they're already knocked out. I might as well get them taken care of so they don't get woken up or something. That always sucks. I actually should get Deja Vu on my soundboard. Not the Iron Maiden Deja Vu, but the meme one. For like the one person who would think that. See, we do have other dudes this way. This will be the last of them, which is nice. Oh, that's... I was like, that's why I wasn't seeing a dude. Because I'm looking at a vehicle. Got it. Dude, this is a little bittersweet though, I gotta be real. Because back in, I think it was January, like I remember last year, through like December and stuff, thinking about replaying this whole series. And I knew it was gonna be a long endeavor. You know, I started it back in like January. Granted, I only really do these on Saturday and Sunday, but even back then I was streaming every day. But it's a little bittersweet knowing this is the last session.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Because I do love this series a lot. Like a whole lot. I've talked about it before, you know, I remember like begging my parents. We didn't get pizza a lot, but I knew Pizza Hut had this demo disc for Metal Gear Solid. And I was like, yo, I gotta get that demo disc. Wasn't even the game, I was like, I just need the demo disc right now. Wore the shit out of that demo disc.
He's coming too. Roger that.
I have some ideas. I'm not gonna go into it yet. I have some ideas of what may be next. One of the problems, though, I will say, is there's some new stuff coming out that I'm interested in like a month. So I probably want to make sure I can stay relatively open for that. Alright, I think that's everything in Afghanistan for the moment. Meaning... I'm not gonna wait on the chopper. I'm gonna go use this container over here and just wormhole myself out. It probably is legitimately faster in this case. But yeah, I've been trying to figure out what what my plan is for after this. Now, like I said, that's a big component of it, is knowing there's some stuff coming out soon, but I'm also like really wanting to play some specific things, and it's like kind of pros and cons weighing each one, you know. What's your deal? Where'd you come from? Playing through Dark Souls. I'm in a weird place with that. Because, I mean, I was very much into Dark Souls for a long time. For a while, I'd probably call them my favorite games for a bit. And, now I'm honestly kind of sick of Dark Souls.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Kind of tired of the formula. But back, like, when I first played Demon's Souls, to me that was, at the time, one of the most amazing things for me. It was just right up my alley. Dark Souls, Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3. That was around the point where I started getting tired of it. What do we have in here?
Select a mission.
Too many of these, as always.
Unit dispatched.
Yeah, you can. You totally can return to base with the wormhole. I didn't think you could, and I tried it, and it's like, oh, you actually can.
Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched.
She said unit.
Please specify a project.
Is there really any point for me starting up a bunch of things that are gonna last longer than I remain playing this game? Probably not. Alright, let's take a look at side ops. Was it 43 now? 42? 43. Good. Tank unit, no. Oh my good god. This is actually, I like this though. These are so easy, and that's 4 side ops. So that gets us up to 47 in just a few minutes, really.
Please select a landing zone.
I'll do that.
Deploying.
Am I gonna play Armored Core? I don't know. Honestly, I don't really have any plans, but I liked Armored Core back in the 90s and stuff, like the original games. I've always been more of a Mech Warrior kind of person, though. I like the simulation aspect of Mech Warrior. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. I don't think I ever played any PlayStation 2 Armored Cores. I played the PlayStation ones. Maybe I tried. I don't remember. I don't have any memory of a PlayStation 2 one. Yeah, I think that's the big thing for me though, is I'm kind of into the simulation aspect when it comes to mech stuff. I know you're not real, but just don't remember seeing that tank. Wandering puppies, let's go. Master of puppies. Ugh, they're all spread out, gross. And of course he has a helmet. Oh my god! Can I just choke him out? Oh, that's better! Okay. Why am I wasting time trying to headshot him? I could just do that. They are making them much more difficult by making them the heavily armored guys.
Roger that.
Just catch him. Well, these guys getting donked on now. I know how to do it. I don't know why I never tried choking them out. And we're gonna fast travel to the other ones and take care of all these dudes. Hey. I'm iframing. Get iframe, bitch. Alright, wait your turn. Let me wormhole these guys. No need to be impatient. I mean, I appreciate your covering the distance, though.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Wait, who are these guys? They're normal? Yeah, they're just normal. I thought this would have made the whole place...
He's coming too. Roger that.
I thought that was an actual dude. I thought this would have made the whole place uninhabited. Interesting. Looking for the fast travel now. Here it is. Alright, where's the next wandering puppy? Oh, did you see that jump? Good job, dude.
Margot placed.
Desamasi Laman, okay.
Please select a delivery point.
We already did some here. Well, I don't think it was a Wandering Puppet one. It was rescuing one of the escaped children. And there were a bunch of puppets here as part of that mission. It's part of that side op. So now you're gonna make, I already know, you're gonna make me actually go through this place, aren't you?
The map has been updated.
Actually, it's looking pretty empty. Alright, I like that. Less effort on my part, right? We just here to grab a bunch of wandering puppets and get out of here. Speed run some side ops. Let's go. Get as close to 100% as I can. Well, to be fair, I mean, I can go as long as I want, but I don't want to go like super long. I'm being responsible and blowing off work tomorrow with no notice. Alright, here we are. What is happening? Oh! He grabbed me. It's like, what the hell is happening? Alright, I need you to get up.
That's the target.
Oh, he just grabbed it. Love it. So after this, there'll be exactly 10 side ops left. Can I do them?
He's coming too.
What time is it? We've been going about 4 hours. It's gonna be close. Because there's other stuff I want to do. Let me iframe through it.
He's coming too. Roger that.
This actually is pretty nice. Especially now that they're all armored up. Alright, how do I get out of here now? Here we are. Is this doable? Yeah. Barely, that's a long recovery animation. He didn't take damage, but he felt that. Okay, not what I wanted. There we go.
Please
Next one was over here. We're just beasting through these, though. I love it. I think there's another tank unit as well. We'll see about grabbing that while I'm here. He survived thanks to his dominant genes, but an actual genes emoji. Somewhere in here. Those genes weren't good enough for Eli, though, were they? Because he got all the dominant ones. I remember when that was like one of the biggest twists in the franchise. I just decked that man.
That's the target.
Yeah, it's such simpler times. When all we had was Metal Gear Solid. I mean, I know Metal Gear and stuff, but I mean the Solid franchise. When it was just Metal Gear Solid. The biggest twists were like Ocelot talking to the president after the credits. Oof, not what I intended, because, wait. Why did you wake back up? Is it because that other guy technically landed on you just now? Oh, he's freaking out. Yeah, the recessive gene thing and the Mr. President thing at the end of Metal Gear Solid. And Metal Gear Solid 2 was like, hold my beer. How about the guys that have been paying us are all dead for 100 years?
You gotta extract him.
And they're like, dude, what you smoking? Nah, trust me. Also, I'm not gonna make any more games. And then people were like, but you have to after that. Shoot him in the wiener. Dude, that's hard to believe that he left off on that cliffhanger in Metal Gear Solid 2 and that was intended to be the end of the series. Like, what? Why are you a madman, Kojima?
He's coming too. Roger that.
I mean, it's a little obnoxious having to capture so many of these. I mean, I could kill them. It just says eliminate. It's a little obnoxious, but hey, gets the job done. Alright, so next up is over there near where Quiet was at.
Extraction arrived at
Afabe Sheep, I don't know. Shiba Inu Ruins, whatever it's called. I'm trying, okay? These guys are just chilling.
Please select a delivery point.
Right there. There's no good delivery point though, is there? We can go to Yaho Obo and then run up there. I definitely don't want to go through the central base camp. I'm gonna go here. It's probably the best route. Take the upper route there. I mean, there's not really a good route, let's be honest. I could take the chopper, I guess, but... I think I screwed up. I think it would have been best to actually go after the tank unit or whatever. Because now I'm putting myself somewhere. His face. Now I'm putting myself somewhere where I don't have a good I don't have a good way to fast travel again. this dude just borking. He's finding all the mines. What a good doggo. All right, let's see. I'm gonna mark there.
Marker placed. Marker
And
placed.
there. Just doing that so I can kind of see ahead of time and know that I'm coming up on another little outpost. Try not to get spotted. That's not what I wanted. We're actually making good time on these.
Enemy equipment detected.
Can't complain too much. Oops. I hate when you accidentally stop sprinting. It's like such a delay. Try to be efficient here. I'm really thinking a lot about something that I want to do. Okay, good. We're at the right place. Let me remove some of these. There is an optional thing that I want to do, but it is going to take a little bit of time. And I'm not sure how long it's going to take. I don't know if it's going to be like an hour. Probably not, but it's going to take maybe half an hour. And I'm kind of thinking maybe I should do that sooner rather than later. Because I'm doing that before I'm done, 100%. So if I get that out of the way, then that lets me kind of gauge how I'm doing with side ops and stuff. 9 years. Alright, what do we have? Let's see. Haven't found anyone yet, so oh, here we are. Looks like they must be over this way. Hey, how did that not... Sometimes you hit it a little bit too early. I do want to check the side op list after these. Yeah, that's the kind of grab I want. Just beautiful, right into my arms, like we're having a loving embrace.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
You gonna extract him?
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
What in the hell just happened? Did that man just like... He just like zipped up into the air for a second. I must return to my people.
Good. Good.
He's coming too.
Ooh, just went right through that one.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
And last, and definitely least. Actually, let's check his rating.
Analysis.
Yeah, A++, is whatever. Alright, who is next?
Side ops list updated.
That's not terribly far, but it's obnoxious. I'm doing it. YOLO. 10 side ups to go, right? Is that correct? Didn't look, but yep, 147, 157, 93%. It's looking good. The biggest thing holding me back from, you know, because I entertained the idea of maybe doing a 100% run. The biggest thing holding me back is literally just replaying so many missions just to do extra optional objectives, because it's going to be the majority of what I would be doing. You upgraded DD to the stun, sit back and watch him tase. Actually, that's not bad. I've never thought of that. To get the wandering puppets, just have DD stun them. I like that. I haven't really done much with the different outfits. Like, I know I've tested them all the first time I played the game, but generally speaking, I don't get too involved with like the different outfits and stuff for the characters. I'll put the battle dress on D-Horse if I'm using him, just so he doesn't take as much damage if things go south. I don't like the way DD looks in the costumes, though. I like him looking more just like a wolf. Just being a good boy. Hi. Bye. Look at that on the fly adjustment. Still gonna be a long run. And we gotta get through the base camp too. If there's a chopper, we should have anti-aircraft. Anti-air emplacements. Anti-aircraft sounds weird. We should have an AA emplacement in here. Don't go after DD. I can outrun them, but I don't want DD to get mixed up. Don't get mixed up in that crowd. It's not good for you. Makes you thankful your dog doesn't have a taser. Ooh. I mean, dogs are loyal. Dogs are cool. But maybe a cat. I don't know if I'd trust a cat.
Analysis complete.
I don't even feel like grabbing that A++. I'll do it. Because there's probably still some crappy dudes that I have that are less than A++.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
What's going on in here?
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Oh. Well, we're not making it through here unscathed, are we? Ow. Ew. There's a gunship, though. Your dog's a rascal, but so glad they don't have thumbs. I don't know. I'd be interested in it. Like I said, dogs are loyal. They can do, you know, dumb stuff from time to time. They can cause... Ow. They can obviously cause some problems. They get into stuff they're not supposed to be into, you know. Well, they're pretty loyal. They're on our side for the most part. That mine makes me uncomfortable because there could be some up here. I think for the most part we're safe. Yeah, I think we're pretty good now. Alright, I'm gonna have to stop at some point to get this blood off the screen. Ah, you're both jokers. It's the perfect combo. Love it. I would like to get a dog or something at some point. Right now, it's not really something that's in the cards for me. Due to financial reasons, I mean, I could probably shift enough around to make it work. But between financial reasons and kind of the lifestyle that I'm going for, I don't often go out and you know, randomly decide I'm gonna go away for you know, a day or two. Sometimes there's a show though that is gonna put me away for like a day or so, where you know, I've got to drive halfway across the state or something to get to it, and they'd just be kind of staying at my place all by themselves, no way to get outside or whatever, which that would be a disaster on one front. Also, I just wouldn't want to do that to a dog, you know. That, and in the days that, the work days that I have to commute are pretty bad. Because I'm an hour away from, an hour on a good commute away from the office. So that's another one of those. They'd just be alone too long. But I do love dogs. Like, I would love to get one. Alright, I see 2 vehicles. I see some dudes.
That's the target. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Alright, let's try to get some of these guys marked. What's that?
Enemy presence detected.
Don't think I don't see you, just because you're 200 meters away. I got that vision on you. Granted, I think he's looking this way, which is going to make him pretty dangerous. Can I get your hand? Yep. Damn it. Oh no, that's not here. Those are the guys in the base camp that I just stirred up like a stomping on an anthill. Wait, what's... I wasn't reading all that. What happened? Oh my goodness. See, that just makes me want a dog more. Mischievous things that your dog does. So you'll have just to read it for the sake of anyone who can't see the chat. I'll have chicken for dinner. He wants some. I'll tell him to wait and leave him some. He'll follow me into the dining room and fart under the table where I'm eating in protest. He's 10 kilos of pure mischief. Now we wait for like 6 minutes for this guy to give up. I'm gonna have to call a CGM in for this one. Dee Dee, I don't want to look at your dick. Can you? I want to look at the chopper, but you're in this awkward position. Alrighty. So I gotta get that sniper way over there. as he's gonna be my biggest threat for a bit. Couldn't quite hear it. Oh, I got him good.
You gonna extract him?
Totally am. Alright, I gotta make sure this tank doesn't do a spin-a-rooney on me and catch me. Because I don't know what direction he likes to spin. One of them saw it.
He's coming too.
Oh, you didn't see Dick. Got him. Oh no, I 100% agree. Your dog, he gets in my spot in bed. Have to evict him, which isn't easy. Wife just sits there laughing. No, I get that. Like, well, it's like that with people too, where they might do something that annoys you from time to time, but it's also like those imperfections or annoyances that you kind of like. You know, if they were just robotic and never did anything wrong or never caused any kind of annoyance, there's like no personality there, right? There's something special about that personality, even though sometimes it's like, come on, you're annoying me, don't. You wouldn't want them to be just robotic and boring, right? I think it's the same with people, you know. Where those flaws can kind of make people more special in some ways. I think there's been plenty of, you know, movies, stories, whatever, that cover that trope of kind of somebody wanting perfection and then they get it and they're bored with it. They realize that perfection isn't where it's at. Alright, we need the CGM, let's go.
Please specify a project.
You gonna extract him?
I mean, really, I don't have to have the CGM, but it's so fun. Man, some of these develop really far if you do all the online stuff.
Please select supplies requested.
Okay. Be a good doggo and don't get smushed by that. Now let's get you out of there. You don't want to be there. These gunships are dumb though. When you really think about it, they just fly in circles here and they don't realize that their entire unit just got evicted. Their entire unit that they're supposed to be watching is gone. What? It is a hell of a grind, yeah. It's worse than the Peace Walker grind, but the game is better. You know, like the gameplay and stuff is better, so it's more fun. But yeah, you're trying to max out Peace Walker, it's a pretty big grind too. That's what I was kind of mentioning before, is 100% does not mean that you've literally done everything. It's a checklist. I mean, gameplay is better here, but yeah, I think the grind is worse. Just in terms of how much there is to unlock. How long it takes to do it. But again, it's not getting 100% because that's a checklist. That's like listen to all the tapes, do all the missions with all the objectives, S-rank everything, all the side ops, all the animals, if I didn't say that. Like, it's not that bad to hit 100%. But then actually getting all the research and stuff is a whole separate thing. Hey, we're 75. No new side ops, so Afghanistan might be done. Like, for real, it might be done. What are we at? So there's 9 more. We have currently 3, 4. Currently have 4 of 9, all just already here. Bempeve, Plantation, those two are really close, so that's going to be easy. Well, really close is a little subjective, but... Tank unit... Mine clearing. So I should go to the Lufwa Valley, swing up there towards the mine to take that out, then fast travel to Bempeve Plantation.
Please select a landing zone.
I think that's my plan. You have 2,600 staff on your mother base and still haven't built the last... The FOBs are ridiculous. I have 3 FOBs, I think, but I haven't even remotely upgraded them all.
Heading to Central Africa.
I don't remember what my 100% save file looks like. Because I think the FOBs do change on that save. I don't remember. Because I think when I started this run, I think I did have to rebuild my FOBs. Like, I still had them, but they were all like level 0, I think. That sounds right, yeah. I don't know. I don't even know. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna clear out these side ops that are available right now. And then after that, there's an optional thing I really want to do that I'm gonna do. It might take like, I hope like half an hour at the most, but it'll take a little bit. And then I'll see about clearing off the final side ops, and I might be able to come in under 6 hours if I'm lucky. Look at that good old boy. Yeah. I still say I would not mind a mod that lengthens the time that it takes for them to like resupply fleshlights and helmets and crap. Because I feel like all you're ever doing with combat deployment is sending out every possible like disrupt this, disrupt that, disrupt this one too. And right when you finish them, they're like right when you finish all of them, within 20 minutes they're back again. Oh, I forgot to take a look at the side ops. I want to look for the gaps on the side op list, just to see what else is remaining. But I mean, there's not really that many at this point. There's less than 10. All right. Let's grab that, that. What were you saying? S++ staff, no riffraff. Yeah, no, the 2500 S++ is pretty intense. I got what I could buy with the PF points on this run because I am far too lazy to actually do that. I will totally use those PF points and stuff to just cheese things that I'm not supposed to have. You're pretty good. This is fun. Yeah, I do know that remorse. There's a mod if you want them, and that's if I were collecting S++, I would do that. I would get the mod to have them actually appear. You? Well, it's gone a little bit to shit. I mean, I'm being super careless. I just want to get this done.
Marker placed. Marker placed.
I don't care that much about being properly thorough.
Analysis complete.
That's why I'm not even aiming.
You have arrived at your destination. You have arrived at your destination.
Alright, what do we have up here?
Marker placed. Marker placed. Marker placed.
IJKL. Okay. Yeah, what you just said, I use points as well, but they only help so much. 'Cause they're expensive and you only get 3 at a time, and you need a lot of them.
You have arrived at your destination. You have arrived at your destination. Completed.
There we are.
Side ops list updated.
Like, I will say, for me, that's too much of a grind, but I don't mind it too much because it's optional. You don't have to do that to beat the game or anything. I do like when games have optional grind. Oh, I'm actually stinky. This is the only time I've been stinky in the entire playthrough without intentionally making it happen, that one time in the dumpster. Just to do the quiet scene. Interesting. Yeah, I don't mind the optional grind. You know, for me, like a Final Fantasy game or something, I will grind the shit out of that. Like, I want max level, I want to be busted. But it's my choice. The game never remotely makes you feel like you have to do that. So that's why I like it. When a game is designed around the idea of having to grind just to be able to beat it, I don't like that. And this is not one of those games for sure. You know, when I played this game the first time, I found it just fine to just kind of play through the way I play. And I was unlocking things at a pace that I found reasonable. Like, it all worked out. It still takes a lot of time, of course. And it was a little more difficult than this run, because in this run, every time I ran out of GMP, I'm just like, let's sell a bunch of precious metal. Because I've got like 400,000 of it. So in that case, it does make the run a bit easier, but it works a little better for a playthrough. I mean, I've spent over a month on this game now. With a lot of lengthy sessions. Oh, wait. Yes! No, Didi, no! This is CP, knock it off. Out. See if I can... Come on, spot me. I wanted to do something. It's really hard to do, though. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna make it happen. There's a YouTube video of it, though. You should check it out. Basically, you saw that message where he's like, CP, cardboard box just moved by itself. And they're like, oh, oops, I saw that right at the last second. I see another one. And another one. I got close. So they'll be like, hey, knock it off. And we got that message, right? If you keep messing with them and keeping them interested in the box and just move around a little bit each time, they'll keep having this ongoing conversation with the command post, and they'll be like, no, I'm serious, I saw a box move. And after like 2 or 3 times of it, they'll go check it out, but if you're not in the box, they'll be like, hey, there's nobody in there. I must be going crazy. Like, they have a whole, like, lengthy dialogue with CP about, like, back and forth about you just screwing with them in a cardboard box. It's hilarious. Wait, what? I didn't know that, but it's not gonna... I don't really need side ops to recycle. Apparently, if you leave one main story mission uncompleted, your side ops recycle. I would... Personally, I would not do that because if I were keeping this file, I'd want to get 100%, so I wouldn't want to leave something incomplete. Yeah, and Remorse just said it too, there's plenty of replayable side ops. Well, not plenty, I mean, it depends on what you want. Alright, made it through that. I'm kind of disappointed because I don't know if I've ever started that dialogue before about the cardboard box and stuff, but it really screwed up there because things just started getting weird. DD broke the box, which didn't help. I might try to bait that later. Alright, what am I doing up here? Is this... This is puppets, good. Easy. He looks like he's stinking. It's just the weird magic bullshit around him. Parasite. Dude, why are there so many?
You gotta extract him.
I should just lure them all into one spot. Sleep gas them, or sleep grenade them. Well, sleep gas, yeah. Actually, I could probably call an artillery strike on them.
He's coming too.
And get a lot of them in one go. Or just shoot them or something.
You gotta extract him.
Damn right. Sometimes they just kind of be sliding into your arms.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Wait, when did this happen? Why did I not... What? Going crazy. What in the world just happened? Like, pulled me back, froze me in place. For him to do the animation where he was attacking me. Alright, so where I wanted to go next was Bampeve Plantation. There's a fast travel here. That's going to be the best way to get there.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Without taking a chopper. I did C2W, so not on this run. I've done everything. Like, I have 100% playthrough. But the question was, have you done the OSP mission? So I did C2W on this playthrough. I haven't touched the other ones. The subsistence ones. I had a lot more trouble than I remembered having on C2W. I don't know why. But you do get, like, really accustomed to having all your gear and stuff. And then it's like, hey, what if you just had none of that? Alright. I'm gonna lay right here for a minute. Let everybody just chill. Run to the bathroom. I will be right back. Let's see what you said real quick. It's like playing on a broken game. Nothing works. Takes fucking ages. A little bit, yeah, it can be frustrating. Alright, I'll be right back. Alrighty, we have FOB missions are pretty fun, IMO. It's okay. I'm not super into the multiplayer stuff, but they're okay. I did a few. I like it more than a lot of other multiplayer because it's very asymmetrical, but still not super my thing. Took you a while to get the hang of them, especially when attacking community members. Some guys take the game way too seriously. I mean, that's true with any game though, right? Someone's always gonna take a game too serious.
You have arrived at your destination.
That's nice, like, at least, you know, you're dealing with some people who are really into the game, but they're not rude, at least. Because there are some people, like, they get pretty aggressive, right?
Unit dispatched.
Let's go after the fleshlights.
Unit dispatched.
All guard units are required to go out with the fleshlight.
Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched.
To attack some people, you have to be a bloody ninja. A little bit, yeah. Okay. Who's next? I kind of forgot. Wandering... Oh, Bampeve, probably. And then the other one was the tank unit around Mafinda, Walayamasa. Alright, let's try that again.
Please select a delivery point.
This should be good because it's just puppets, so there's not going to be anyone in here to cause problems.
Will clear shortly.
Alright, who do we got? Wait, you can... I didn't know you could do that. I know you can play as other dudes, but you're saying you're actually able to... You were able to do those FOBs as quiet? I thought it was just like the generic soldiers that you recruited and stuff. Like these dudes. I'd probably be open to playing as quiet, but I never really wanted to play as just generic, not big boss guy. Well, not Venom. Again, we've got the reveal now, so I can say Venom. get decked. You can play as Ocelot too. I mean, I would say Ocelot's cool, but in terms of if you're gonna give me a choice, it's definitely gonna be Quiet just because of the abilities and stuff. I mean, I don't know how that translates to actually playing as her, but... Wait. I didn't know we had regular dudes in here too. Weird. Yeah, I mean, Quiet has all, like, crazy abilities and stuff. Ocelot's just a dude who's really good with guns. If I'm gonna pick one, I'd rather play as Quiet.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
It's like, in Ground Zeroes, when you can play as Raiden. He's like way faster and stuff. There's something that makes him stand apart, you know.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Hey, no arguments there. For a bunch of pixels, she built really well. So if you're playing as Ocelot and you use Tornado, you can dual wield. So I mean, it's different. I'm not, you know, saying that they didn't do anything to make him different, but it's still just a dude with guns, right? Versus Quiet having some freaky abilities and stuff. Alright, I should probably take this. Or I just drive. I'll just drive. He is a cool dude with guns, like, not arguing. I'd be worried about him, like, flying out of the vehicle. But, you know, he's glued to the seat. But we do stuff like that. Where this, he's just glued to that seat. Main reason I did this is because I didn't want to end up in the middle of Mafenda oil field. I wanted to kind of go around it at my own pace. So she's pretty foxy. Oof, oof. But again, that's what makes I went on the whole thing yesterday. Good God. Dee Dee, how do you stay there? Props to you, dude. That's what makes a quiet exit so effective, is how good Quiet is. If she was trash and, you know, nobody ever used her, it wouldn't be anywhere near as effective. And again, the actual, the bond that they do build up, it's not maybe the strongest bond in any game ever, between any characters ever, but you do see some actual bond being built up between them, which I think helps a lot. So there's a mountain in the way, right? Oh no, we're good. Cool. I think. One good thing about the grind is you go play another game, a month later come back and still have stuff to do. That is true. It does add longevity. And Quiet turns invisible if you stand still for a while. Has a unique spacebar ability for faster sprint. That's kind of like playing as Raiden in Ground Zeroes. I think Cyborg Ninja in here as well. I don't remember. Instantly travels up ladder. Sounds good. Oh, oops. Don't want that. I want to make sure I'm not snuck up on by a snooper. I don't want to get blasted by a snooper. Okay, Raiden is in this, so I couldn't remember. I thought so, but I couldn't quite remember. Cause well, they already did the work for Ground Zeroes. Why wouldn't he be here, right?
Analysis complete.
Do the work to put him in one game, and then son of a bitch.
Enemy gunship. Stay low and crawl along the ground.
No.
That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Well, that's the end of that.
Please specify a project. Please select the supplies requested.
Get this man. Alright, let's grab the CGM real quick. Oh, yeah, okay, so I've done that. On my 100% playthrough, I've done that. S rank every mission. So now, unfortunately, I have to call back my other weapon. I might load up the other file just for a few minutes, I'm not sure.
Please specify a project.
I'd love to get that thing, but we're not terribly far off, but we're still too far off.
Please supplies requested.
Yeah, let me get my actual weapon back.
Supply drop complete.
Yeah, I went pretty hard on this game when it first came out. Good news is they're all standing down. They're kind of giving up. So it should hopefully make this a little easier now. Okay, they're not completely giving up yet, but this makes it easier. I like that. This came right to me.
Analysis.
Oh, he's garbage.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
So what are we up to?
Leave the rest to us.
6. Alright, let's climb back up here. Let's look for... I mean, we obviously have a vehicle. Let's look for any more, foot soldiers. There might be 2 vehicles. This is like a... Oh, there's a foot soldier.
Analysis complete.
Got him. Wait, is that it? Did I miscount? Did I look at the wrong number at the wrong time? Or is there another one ready to spot me? Oh, I feel like I got a little lucky there. There's a helicopter outside of my window, and it is exceptionally loud. There is one, see? No, I'm trying to... I mean, I don't mind petting you, but now is not the time.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Extraction arrived at mud base. Enemy presence detected.
I think I've got you guys, but... grab a couple. Alright, I sure am going to extract them, and I think that's all the side ops I can do here for now without resetting it, so good timing. Let's go ahead and call in a chopper. Let's get out of here.
Support helicopter side op completed. Side ops list updated.
Subject on
Might be an enemy gunship. Be careful, might rip you to shreds. You gotta tell me twice. That thing did hit me ugly, but it's okay. I thought it was interesting though how me shooting the suppressed rifle here to trank a dude alerted the chopper somehow. It was weird how he caught me. I always like how they do say the same lines over and over. Boss, get down. The enemy sniper. I don't know which way we're gonna go, but I hope he turns to the right. It's like a squeeze on them. It's that good of a line that it must be repeated. Seems like they think so. Yeah, I'm not gonna get a sight on them. It's too far. Just random bullets.
Arrived at mother base.
Those are high caliber too. I need to go back to Mother Base to become unstinky as well.
Side ops list updated.
All right, let's take a look. 152 of 157. Looking good. So 5 more. Those are easy. 3 of 5 are currently available. Okay, so I'm gonna go back to Mother Base real quick, just to take a quick shower. I'm gonna do this optional thing I've been wanting to do, and then after that I'll try to wrap up the other side ops. We're at about 5 hours 15. I don't think I'll come in under 6 hours, but I think I can wrap up all the side ops. Unless there's one that it's like, no, you gotta go replay missions to unlock me. Or right there on the edge, though. I want to do it. Let me do my favorite thing with P-Quad. I'll try to keep him in view, and as he's flying away, call him back to the same spot. Bitch just spins around on a dime. No, come back. This is wild. Chopper is crazy. That's like people who call for an Uber and then they get there and it's like, wait, I'll be down in 5 minutes. Except I just called for a chopper. And then took a shower. Or it's like in The Sims when the work vehicle comes to pick you up and they wait for a full hour, so as long as you get there before they leave at the end of that hour, you're not late. It doesn't matter. That ass shot though. My goodness. All right. Anything to do in here? No, not really. Okay.
Please select a mission.
Let's go back to here. It actually says replay, which is interesting because most of them don't say that. So let's go here. What's going on, Tusk? Good to see you.
Deploying.
Yeah, we've already done Truth, the man who sold the world. We've got all the big reveals. We've finished every tape in the game now. It's cleaning stuff up. Spoilers remorse.
Boss, you okay? Could it be that sniper? Quiet. Our silent
I mean, I know what I'm doing, but
Where's the sniping
don't be spoiling things.
Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
Oh, we can see.
The enemy sniper just disappeared. Zero visibility. If you can't mark him, you don't stand a chance. Stay sharp.
Not seeing. Why am I not seeing? You're behind the trees somewhere. I saw where the shot came from, but I'm just not seeing. Oh, I think I see. Yeah. Okay. Let's do it again. Supply drop, let's go.
Supplies requested.
Look out, boss. Take cover. There's a laser sight trained on your head.
I don't know what you're talking about. We gotta do this to keep her distracted so the supply drop can do its thing. Mission task 4 of 4.
With those abilities of hers, no doubt about it, she has to be one of the skulls. Now move in and finish her boss. She's working for Cypher.
Quiet is a valuable source of information, boss. There's no need to kill her. Think carefully. This is your decision.
Hello.
The female sniper. Quiet. Cypher's assassin.
Totally did not just hit my tooth.
She's one of the skulls. Hurry up and kill her.
No. Killing her would be a waste. Bring her back here.
Boss.
Boss.
Oh, wait, I can do this now.
Support helicopter requested.
You're not thinking of bringing her back here, are you?
Yes.
She works for Cypher. We don't even know the extent of her abilities. She is not setting foot on this base.
That's not your decision, bro.
Can't believe you took her down alive. Now bring her back here. Let's find out what she really is.
Not only did I take her down alive, I did it without firing a shot, bro.
This is the boss's decision. I'll send the extraction chopper.
Boss, you know I've always got your back. If you bring her here. Boss, no.
Mission info has been updated.
DD's so happy. He loves it. We got a new friend on board, don't we, DD? I see all the stuff from the supply drops just sitting out there. Wish I could skip the ride, though. Yep. Without using lethal weapons, with non-firearm attacks. We got Shark. Interesting code name. Dude, there's so many menus to skip through. So we shot down the plane. You know, I didn't think about that. Literally didn't kill target. Shark code name. Hey, I don't know. That was fun, right? Got a new challenge task. In fact, I think
Please select a
I
mission.
think I had so much fun with that I'm gonna do it again.
Development complete. Deploying.
Wonder how good this sniper is. Because it's very high damage. It like, you hit someone in the leg and they're out in 2 seconds. Wonder how good this would work.
Boss, you okay? Could it be that sniper?
Quiet.
Quiet. Our silent assassin. Where's the sniping point?
I missed.
The enemy sniper just disappeared. Zero visibility. If you can't mark him, you don't stand a chance. Stay sharp.
It's not bad. Supply drops are easier. They do more. Oh, that drop is severe, isn't it? I saw the drop. Where she was earlier. Right? Right there? Where? Most powerful Weapon known to man, cardboard box. Damn right. There.
Look out, boss. Take cover. There's a laser sight trained on your head.
Why can't I hit her? There we go. I'm trying not to get shot at the same time. Terrible right now. Why am I so terrible today? Hop up there. Got her.
Did you get her? With those abilities of hers, no doubt about it. She has to be one of the skulls. Now move in and finish your boss. She's working for Cypher.
Quiet is a valuable source of information, boss. There's no need to kill her. Think carefully.
Can y'all stop bickering?
The female sniper.
Quiet.
Cypher's assassin. Finish her.
Can you believe someone would actually do that?
Hurry up and kill her.
I can't kill her cause I'm doing non-lethal run. Love it. I mean, to be fair, that is pretty much me. In this game, I do get to a point where I'm just disposing of low-level soldiers and I'll just pop them. But in missions, I do not want to kill people unless it's one of those where it's like, hey, this mission, like, shit's hit the fan. Like the one with Quiet, A Quiet Escape, where you're fighting off all the tanks and stuff. Like, that's one where it's like, okay, just shoot the dudes, whatever. Alright, I forgot.
Support helicopter.
You're not thinking of bringing her back here, are you?
Look, he is stanced up.
We don't even know the extent of her abilities. She is not setting foot on this base.
Good word, boss. Can't believe you took her down alive. Now bring her back here. Let's find out what she really is.
This is too dangerous. Kill her. Bring her to her home.
I'm telling you, it's not your decision to make.
You know I've always got your back. But if you bring her here, I'll just have her killed.
No, you won't. Not your decision, bro.
Mission info has been updated.
So insubordinate. But again, this is what I was pointing out, that throughout the whole game, you know, and of course, now we've got the credits, we've got the ending and everything, the post-credits especially, it makes sense, but the whole game has been building up that rift between Venom and Miller. And that's one of the examples of it. If you do this, I'll just have her killed. No, you won't. It's not your decision, bro. It's it's Big Boss, Venom. A bee? Why am I a bee this time? I was a shark last time. Oh wait, oops. don't hit escape. You go backwards. It's getting me further away from being done with all the menus. The owner of Dummy Thick Cheeks. Who are you talking about, Venom or someone else? Everybody be talking about Solid. Colonel, I'm trying to sneak past the guards, but I'm dummy thick and the clap on my ass cheeks keeps alerting them. Yeah.
Development project has been added.
Why are we just randomly unlocking? We just finished something, but why do we unlock surveillance cameras and stuff? A surveillance camera?
Please specify a project. Please specify a project.
I don't really want to do any of this. These aren't bad. I mean, I'm never gonna use them. But they're not bad. Alright, take it easy, Homunculi. Appreciate you stopping in and chatting and stuff. Hope you have a good one. That was pretty fun, so I'm thinking we should do it again, because it's really fun, isn't it?
Deploying.
One day I'll get bored of doing this mission. Replay cloaked in silence. I think I'm gonna go cardboard box route. It's easier and faster.
Boss, you okay? Could it be that sniper? Quiet.
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 Silent assassin.
Where's the sniping point?
Supplies.
Uh-oh, that might have missed. The stupid... There's some weird thing with the mouse in that... It's been happening all game. It happens when I'm trying to select an exact spot on the map a lot, where I've shown it where I'm not even touching the mouse and it's all jittery. Hopefully this still hits. Doesn't look like it will. I'm like DSP, it wasn't my fault. I did nothing wrong, okay?
Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
There was nothing I could do. Hi. Hi again. It's like whack-a-mole. Ooh. Where is she going?
The enemy sniper just disappeared. Zero visibility. If you can't mark him, you don't stand a chance. Stay sharp.
He's just humming away up there. Not touching the mouse at all.
Supplies requested.
Come on, aim at me.
Supply drop complete.
You missed.
Boss, you need to go around outside the enemy's line of sight.
No, we're good.
Get into position undetected and attack from behind or the side.
No, we're good.
Did you get her?
Yep.
With those abilities of hers.
Abilities.
No doubt about it. She has to be one of the skulls.
Why they air quote that? They know what they're saying.
She's working for Cypher.
Oh, they're looking at her abilities all right.
Valuable source of information, boss. There's no need to kill her. Think carefully. This is your decision.
That really is the easiest way to do it. All you have to do, the reason I keep popping in and out of view is because if you wait too long and like don't show yourself, she'll move from one spot to another. So you got to make sure that you keep her busy shooting at you so she won't try to move to another spot.
One of the skulls. Hurry up and kill her.
No. Killing her would be a waste. Bring her back here.
Boss.
Boss.
Boss, you're not thinking
You stancing up again?
She works for Cypher.
Look at that, he's stanced
We don't
up.
even know the extent of her abilities. She is not setting foot on this base.
Good word, boss. Can't believe you took her down alive.
Something about zooming into his teeth.
Let's find out
He
what
looks
she
funny.
really is.
This is too dangerous. Kill her. Don't bring her to her home.
This is the boss's decision.
I'll bring home who I want. You be quiet, Miller.
You know I've always got your back. If
I wonder what rank I get this time. Or what code name I get this time. Might be Shark again, I don't know. I wonder what other options there are to take Quiet out without using weapons. Because it's very... I don't even know if you can CQC with her. Chopper's a gold one. You disappoint me, Miller. That means 2 extra bears at the base. We got Foxhound this time. I'm not doing anything really different. I dropped boxes on her 2 attempts ago, and it was like, you're a shark. This time it's like, you're Foxhound. Okay. Whatever you want it to be. Alright, we'll shoot down the plane again. It had escaped like 5 times before it did anything. Alright. That's pretty fun. Like, actually, that was really fun. I think I had so much fun, I'm gonna do it again. Time bonus? Was there time bonus? I didn't even pay it. But I think that was slower than the other one, because the first time I hit both of the boxes, this time I missed a box. So I feel like the shark one would have been even faster.
Boss, you okay? Could it be that sniper?
Caution.
Quiet.
Storm approaching.
Quiet. Our silent assassin.
It is weird. I'm not touching the mouse.
Supplies requested.
Yoink. 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 It's so goofy.
Complete.
Bet you won't shoot. All right, going back over here.
The enemy sniper just disappeared. Zero visibility. If you can't mark him, you don't stand a chance. Stay sharp.
I can straight up just stand there and she doesn't do anything for some reason.
Supplies requested.
Oh no.
Supply drop complete.
So she could still shoot me through this. That's good, actually. Actually, maybe she can't. But she might stay there just long enough.
Did you get her?
Let's go for an even faster time.
No doubt about it. She has to be one of the skulls. Now move in and finish your boss. She's working for Cypher.
Quiet is a valuable source of information, boss. There's no need to kill her. Think carefully. This is your decision.
No, I'm thinking very carefully.
The female sniper. Quiet. Cypher's assassin. Finish her.
No, why would I do that?
She's one of the skulls. Hurry up and kill her.
No. Killing her would be a waste. Bring her back here.
Boss. Boss.
Port helicopter.
You're not thinking of bringing her back here, are you? She works for Cypher. You don't even know the extent of her ability.
Mateo said, you move the camera 2 inches to the right, that'll be Octopus now. I mean, seriously, it's so weird.
Can't believe you took her down alive. Now bring her back here. Let's find out what she really is.
I think I moved a little bit faster this time.
This is the boss's decision.
Because of the sandstorm, I started running up here as she was getting knocked out. And I got it in 2 quick attempts. We're still under 6 hours, but I don't know. We're not gonna finish the side ops that quickly. You're right. What a good loyal man, that Ocelot. I mean, I always say he's the voice of reason here, for the most part. He knows he's not the one in charge of you know, Outer Heaven, of Mother Base and all that. He's not under any delusions, but he knows he is high up in the order, but he is obedient. Fox sound again. Give me legendary. No, elite sucks. They're like A. Oh, A++ is good. Okay. All right, skip that. Hit and escape. There we go. I will say though, about that mission, if you're not sure what I'm talking about, the mission where you fight quiet.
Select a mission.
That mission's really fun, so I think it'd be a good idea to go ahead and replay that mission.
Deploying.
If you're looking at the number as I'm the GMP that you get for it, it decreases if you replay missions too quickly in succession. So if you wait a while and come back, a mission will be worth more GMP again. But it's a way to discourage you from farming GMP from like a really easy mission.
Boss, you okay? Could it be that sniper? Quiet.
Quiet. Our silent assassin. Where's the sniping point?
Supplies requested.
Yoink. Yoink. Yoink.
Supply drop complete.
Kinda hungry, I need a snack. Bet you won't shoot. Get dunked on. You gonna show up over here again? You've been really predictable.
The enemy sniper just disappeared. Zero visibility. If you can't mark him, you don't stand a chance. Stay sharp.
I find it weird you could just stand there without being hit.
Supplies requested. Supply drop complete.
Hey there. Don't be shooting at my doggo.
Did you get her? With those abilities of hers. No doubt about it. She has to be one of the skulls. Now move in and finish your boss.
Really, why do they put quotes around abilities? Is it for the meme?
Valuable source of information, boss. There's no need to kill
Like,
her.
she legitimately does have strange abilities that, you know, seem to line up with the skulls. Where she can move around and disappear and stuff.
Cypher's assassin.
Why do they quote it like she doesn't have them? This gotta be for the meme.
Finish her. She's one of the skulls. Hurry up and kill her.
No. Killing her would be a waste. Bring her back here.
Boss.
Boss.
Boss. Alright, let's go. Stance up, dude.
Back here, are you? She works for Cypher. We don't even know the extent of her abilities. She is not setting foot on this base.
Good word, boss. Can't believe you took her down alive.
His nose.
Now bring her back here.
Looking goofy.
She really is.
This is too dangerous. Kill her. Bring her to her home.
This is the boss's decision. I'll send the extraction job.
Boss, you know I've always got your back. If you bring her here.
No, you won't. You won't do shit, Miller. Stop talking all this shit. Man, it's almost like I've done this mission 5 times in a row. It's kind of weird. I feel like I'm having deja vu or something. Under 4 minutes. I'm getting a lot of heroism for it. Alright, skip that. Now I'm hitting escape and it's not pulling up. It's not pulling up. There we go. Yeah, it really is weird. It's like deja vu like 5 times in a row. Okay, something odd. I don't know.
Please select a mission.
Oh wait. Did I say 5? I meant 6 times. I just feel like we're seeing the intro of this mission for a 6th time right now. It's kind of weird.
Boss, you okay? Could it be that sniper? Quiet.
Quiet. Our silent assassin. Where's the sniping point?
Supplies requested.
Because I get the feeling it's all according to mission.
Supply drop complete.
You must continue your mission.
That's the best one I have for that.
A dud.
I can't. A dud never gets old. It really just never gets old. I like when I'm watching somebody play Metal Gear Solid 2 for the first time, because I know every single time, like, everybody in the chat is gonna all paste something. Like, when that happens, there's gonna be like 50 people in chat. A dud! A dud! Just... I love Metal Gear Solid. What did Tuss say? Have you done the side mission called Quiet Metal Gear Solid 5? If you're not sure what I'm talking about, you can find more information. No, no, Rule 34, what are you talking about? It's definitely dud for her. He's got the dud emote. Metal Gear Solid's great, isn't it?
Did you get her? With those abilities of hers. No doubt about it. She has to be one of the skulls. Now move in and finish your boss. She's working for Cypher.
Quiet is a valuable source of information, boss.
So, like, let me think. Metal Gear Solid 2, There's some key moments that you know you're gonna see like everybody in the chat. One of them's gonna be nerd. One of them's gonna be a dud. One of them is probably gonna be Deep Throat. Let me think of it. Oh, there's another one that's slipping me. I don't know what. I know everyone in the chat. You're a man. That's gonna be in the chat.
Killing her would be a waste. Bring her back here. Boss. Boss.
Which stream were you watching yesterday? You said when that moment appeared, it was just a flood of duds. There's so many moments like that, though. Oh, of course. I know one I'm forgetting.
You're not thinking of bringing her back here, are you? She works for
Raiden, what's your status? Colonel, I've got Emma Emmerich here. We've managed to avoid drowning.
You know, people in the chat are on that one. Another good one. Any of the weird Colonel stuff at the end. When Colonel starts freaking out, when GW starts freaking out, you know that's lighting up the chat. A dud. Why is that so good? You know, I'm kind of surprised. Maybe it's an English only thing, and maybe the meme never. I don't know. I feel like Kojima's up on some of the English memes, but I'm kind of surprised we've never got a dud reference in these games, like not even once, because we get so many weird references that really weren't like anything special in the game, like age hasn't slowed you down one bit, kept you waiting, huh? But they turned into memes. There was, what are you talking about? Legendary, that's good. Howling Jackal. Oh, Metal Gear Survive was a dud. I like where you went with that. But I mean an in-game reference where like they say those lines or whatever. I'm surprised there wasn't another instance of them doing that with a dud. Alright, so something weird happened where it's like I'm having this... It's like, you know that movie Groundhog Day, right? It's like... I feel like we've currently seen this mission 6 times in a row, and something about that's just weird. He said they made an entire game for a reference. Ain't that crazy? That's well played, though. I like that, Tusk. Didn't you know they made a reference to a dud? It's called Survive, right? Again, I have that one friend who, he knows it's jank, he calls it jank, but he does like it for the jank, and not as like a proper Metal Gear game.
Our silent assassin. Where's the sniping point?
Requested. Supply drop complete.
Bet you won't shoot me. Told you. I mean, you tried, but you didn't do it. I bet I can stand here. Haha. Dude, I'm just saying it's weird. It's like Deja Vu or Groundhog Day or something. I swear we've seen this 6 times in a row.
Zero visibility. If you can't mark them, you don't stand a chance.
Really? Marking? Like, I get marking is valuable, but you don't trust that I can do anything without marking someone? Come on, bro. This is Venom Snake you're talking to here. He can do anything.
abilities of hers.
Abilities.
No doubt about it. She has to be one of the skulls. Now move in and finish your boss. She's working for Cypher.
Quiet is a valuable source of information, boss. There's no need to kill her. Think carefully. This is your decision.
Alright, slowly walk up. That's as fast as you can move right here. He goes into slow-mo mode. He is a snail.
Sniper. Quiet. Cypher's assassin.
I think I'm gonna shoot her this time.
She's one of the skulls. Hurry up and kill her.
I'm not doing that.
Killing her would be a waste. Bring her back here.
Boss.
Boss.
I don't think I've ever done that. I've seen a video of it on YouTube, but I don't think I've ever shot her. You totally can, though.
Extraction arrived.
Stance up, Dee Dee.
Back here, are you? She works for Cypher.
We see that
We don't even
nose.
know the extent of her abilities. She is not setting foot on this base.
Good word, boss. Can't believe you took her down alive.
In the chat, yeah, right. Like you can skip on those abilities of hers.
She really is.
This is too
I'm
dangerous.
just saying.
Bring her to her home.
This is the boss's decision. I'll send the extraction job.
Boss, you know I've always got your back. But if you bring her
Then why are you making decisions if you got my back? Why are you making decisions that contradict with what I say we're doing? Insubordinate Miller. I get more mad every time I hear it. Just heard it 7 times in a row. It's called the boss for a reason. He's the boss, but he's not the boss, right? He's the boss, but he's not the boss. But he's got the code name. It's also confusing. What's our time on this one? 3:58. Ah, 3:54. Wait, what? See that in the corner? Weird. Something weird happened there. Elite soldier. Four, five, six. Okay, I had to hit 5 times escape to open that. Unit function resumed. R&D quiet. Oh my goodness. Oh my damn. Oh my goodness. They going ham. Oh, this is GMP, right? Oh no, there's other stuff. Yeah. Development, weapons, anything in here? I mean, stuff I won't use because it's online. Development, it's going to take too long. Okay, so we got combat deployment. Let's set that up real quick. I need to go to the bathroom. Been drinking too many waters.
Unit dispatched.
And then I will be right back, and we'll get back out and try to do the last, what is it, like 5 side ops in the game? 4 or 5? Try to do those last few side ops.
Unit dispatched.
100% side ops, that's what we're going for here.
Unit dispatched.
Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, let's get back to it. So we got a few side ops left, 5 left in the game. 3 are currently available. 2 of them are Wandering Puppets, which is nothing, right? Let's start over here, let's do these.
Heading to Central Africa.
Let's wrap these bad boys up. Hey Dee Dee, you know you're cool, but look who's back! Quiet's here again. Yay! Okay, so that whole thing was, I'm like 95% sure was not in the original game, and it was added as a patch like 4 months after release, I think. But literally, you replay that mission 7 times. That's why I just did that, and quiet's back. I'm like 95% sure the original version of the game you couldn't do that, or people just didn't figure it out for months, because why would you do that? So I mean, it could be one or the other, but I'm pretty sure it's that it just wasn't in the game right away. But yeah, that's totally a thing. Like, I remember when people were talking about that, I'm like, I have to go do that. The game was really lonely. Like, when you lose Quiet, and then she's just not there for real. For, like, at all. There was, like, you couldn't get her back, or at least if it was something that was always there, no one knew about it. So you just, like, too bad, right? It's pretty lonely, pretty sad. But we got her back now. That's the optional thing I've been saying I wanted to do. That was going to take a little while, between 30 minutes and an hour. I think it did take like 40 minutes or something. Took a little bit, but hey, we got it. We're good now. She's not really going to be very helpful on the wandering puppets here, because I think they're going to be inside, probably. And this one is actually one where Dee Dee was going to be really helpful. We're not detecting anyone, so they might be over here. Because I think the intel team would have detected them if they were inside. Doesn't the intel team work for wandering? I don't even know. Ah, maybe they are inside.
That's the target.
Alright, start grabbing them. To me, so we got a message there. Said I never used Quiet, to be honest, so didn't bother getting her back. I use Dee Dee because he's more fun, sniffs out so much helpful stuff, and has a taser, for fuck's sake. What more could you want? To me, it's the other way around. To me, Quiet's more fun. I love Dee Dee because he's like a wolf dude. And I think he's very useful, but to me, Quiet is more fun, and I think Quiet is just better. Personally. Like, when I first played the game, I was like, yo, Dee Dee kicks ass. And then I got Quiet and I was like, oh damn, I feel bad for Dee Dee because he's cool, but like, I'd never want to use him again now. Like, I hate saying that because it's not his fault. He's cool. He's a good little boy. That's, I mean, same with D-Horse to me. I like D-Horse, he's cool, but Dee Dee shows up and it's like, why would I use D-Horse now? I have Dee Dee. To me, it felt like, you know, every time you got a new one, with the exception of D-Walker, which is okay, and I do want to bust that out to at least show it. With the exception of D-Walker, it's like every time I get another companion in this game, I'm like, oh, that one's just better than the last. He's cool, but abilities are abilities, Kappa. I mean, sure. 5 of 8. See, like I said, though, this is one where Dee Dee would be really helpful because he would already tell me where all the puppets are right now. Abilities get it right, but you quoted it. Yeah, I like that. Alright, so we got 2 of them in this room.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Don't you dare punch me. Wait, oh, this one didn't get knocked out. Got interrupted. Someone driving around out there, the usual guy that shows up here. There really are a lot of very scripted ways that this world works, but you don't notice it until you've played it for 100 hours. Well, maybe not 100, but basically every time you load into the world, the same the same vehicle starts at the same place, drives to the same place, and you start to notice that like scripted nature. But it's done in a way where for a while it doesn't really bother you. It doesn't feel bad.
Marker placed.
So voila Yamasa, easy. This is where they would come inside. So I think they're still out there. Oh, they left? Okay, yeah, my bad. Because they park here and then they already left. Alright, voila Yamasa, let's go. Before the rain breaks my bucks.
Please select a delivery point.
82. Getting all kinds of level ups there. I wish I had unlimited PF points right now so I could just start going beast mode, getting S++ dudes. Just trying to put it up. Alrighty, so now what? Oh, whoops. I see you.
That's the target.
Why does it have to be 8 of them?
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
So many, right? What happened? Froze me in place. Oh yeah, they got stink lines for sure, man. Instead, am I the only one that, when I see that dark smoke, I think they smell like shit? I mean, it does look like stink lines, kind of. I mean, not so much here because you got the glowy magic stuff. But in the night vision, it's, I guess, a little harder to tell. It's still there, but
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
it looks way more magical in this without the night vision. So that was number 6. 2 more.
Roger that.
Hey, get decked, dude. Stop that. You're playing Berserk Band of the Hawk, Berserk Musou. Really gotta start finishing games that you start playing, dude. You don't even know. I gotta start playing games that I haven't started playing. Because it's the curse of Steam. Oh, you mean I can buy 87 games for like 12 bucks? I'll do that. And then I'll play like one of them maybe.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Alright, 154 of 157. Feeling good. Oh, this is just oh wait, I'm in the wrong one. It's by the airport. I could fast travel to the airport. I'm gonna just run out here, I think. Because I don't really want to end up in the middle of the airport and have to crawl my way out. What's going on, Cougar? Let's talk, hold on. Let's talk about guns and Metal Gear Solid. What we think of them, shall we? I'll start the Adamska SP. I think I have that on here. I know the reference, Adamska, Ocelot. I think I remember commenting on that when I developed it. It's a nice gun, I'll give you that, but the engravings give you no tactical advantage whatsoever unless you were planning to auction it off. I love it. Love the reference. Tusk, why are you sweating? I mean, you just say you're sweating like crazy, but to be fair, I was just sitting in my apartment yesterday just sweating for no reason. It's just hot. It's hot outside, and it makes, even if the AC is running and stuff, it just makes it feel hotter inside. They did make it a pistol, didn't they, instead of a revolver. But I do like that one, the reference. Adamska. It was really nice in all the truth. Is it the truth? Yeah, in the truth recordings. Hearing Big Boss refer to Ocelot as Adam, and hearing Ocelot refer to Big Boss as Jack, John, what? I'm losing the name. It's John, right? Or is it? Well, no, because he used both names. That's right. He's Jack, but yeah, he uses both names. Because when Ocelot asked for his name at the end, he said John. He's like, that's a plain name, but I won't forget it. Yeah, exactly. He's called John, but his friends call him Jack. That's why it threw me off for a second. I was like, no, he does use both names. I'm not crazy. But I think I might have to go check the tape again. I can't remember what Ocelot called him in this game. I think he said John in this game. Anyway, it's cool hearing that. Also, the pistol's dog shit. Well, I think I know how I'm going to take out the chopper. Actually, I don't think that anti-aircraft emplacement will reach from in here. Yeah, I'll probably just call in a CGM. It might reach, but I have to clear this place out. Alright, let's look for some movement.
Boss, get down.
The enemy sniper.
The enemy sniper. Stay low and crawl along the ground. That should enable you to sneak past enemies.
Mosgus. How do you like Berserk Musou? I think we talked about it when you first got it, but that's been a little bit. It got some mixed reception, I think, from most people, but I thought it was pretty decent. I'm not super into that style of game, but for the story, given that it was just a Berserk game that covered so much of the story, I was pretty happy about that. I like the presentation they did at the beginning of the game, where they had movie footage and they used the movie footage. Obviously they can't do that for everything, but for what they could, it was nice.
Analysis complete.
Alright, we got a dude here. There's a snooper there.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Alright, what do we have? Let's see. What if this is the last time I have to do this? That would kick ass. Used to be I was a soldier on the field, but then I took a tranq shot to the knee. Anyone in particular you're talking about, or like every guard ever that I encountered? Because I don't think that narrows it down. Alright, so I've knocked out 6. There's a tank there.
He's coming too. Roger that.
I guess I can't forget about the gunship. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hold on, 6, 7, 8. So 9 are accounted for. Oh, I know what you meant, but that was just kind of the joke. Like, it is a wide description. Doesn't narrow it down, does it? Cover that ground quick before he spins back this way. I've ended so many soldiers' career. Actually, you know, they come join us at Outer Heaven. Mother Base. So I actually, that's the thing I've always found a little weird. They never really use the term Outer Heaven much. It does come up, but in Peace Walker, they were using the term Outer Heaven a lot. Like, he got really into that term. And here you really hear Mother Base more than anything else. I don't know, maybe it's not weird to anyone else, but you know, what we heard at the end is that Big Boss went off to go make the real Outer Heaven while we do our own thing.
Roger that.
So I guess maybe that's why they were making the distinction now and not saying Outer Heaven so much. Not sure. But I sure love saying it in Peace Walker.
You gotta extract him.
Alright, CGM time. Let's go.
Specify a project. Please select a drop. Supplies requested.
I still think it'd be cool to hit the chopper with the mortar, but
Supply drop.
such a difficult shot to line up. Look at that haloing, that lens flare stuff. J.J. Abrams up in here. Alright, we're gonna let him pass so I can try not to get spotted. Well, he spotted me. Yeah, like I lose the heroism, but nothing really happens. Like, it's only 10, it's not a big deal, but
Side ops list updated.
I want to avoid losing it, you know?
Extraction arrived at Mother Base. Support helicopter requested.
Alright, I got a beautiful idea. Let's fire this at the airfield.
This is B-Quad. Arriving shortly at LZ.
Nice.
This is B-Quad. Have arrived at LZ. Will stand by.
If anyone has spawned in there, they're freaking out. But I don't think anyone's spawned in. They're too far away. Alright, so that was 3 side ops out of 5, right? So there's only 2 more? Am I right? Is this the end of the playthrough after so much time? Poor tree tried its best to stop that missile. I think it did an alright job. It stopped some of them, that's the only problem. There's too many, right?
Please select a mission.
Okay. Mission list. No, not mission list. When you just have that brain fart. 55 of 57. Armored vehicle unit. Yay. And nothing else, so we'll see what happens. Mafenda oil field. We'll pull in right here. Okay, I pulled up. And Capybara's up in here. Chopper is going to be easy to take out, assuming there is one. Because we're in Mafenda oil field, I know there's an anti-air emplacement. So what I'm most concerned about is like, where are they going to be? Are they going to be in the... I mean, I guess they're going to be in the oil field, like in the facility. Ooh, actually, hold on. Can I just squeeze on them from here? We did that another time. I managed to draw someone this way. Let's wait a little bit. See what his route is. Because that's pretty far, but I might be able to draw him this way. Ooh, don't do that. Come on, bro. Show yourself, please. He won't do it. Okay. That was worth a try. It'd be nice to get him out of the way before I have to go in, though.
Enemy presence detected. The map has been updated.
Yeah, they're just straight up in the facility. Y'all leave me alone. I am messing with you. There's a mine. There's a mine.
Buddy has infiltrated our... The map has been updated.
That's a decoy.
Sun will rise momentarily.
That's a not decoy. That's one of those living decoys. What? Wait, where's my suppressor?
Should enable you to sneak past enemies.
What? I got cheated. What happened to my suppressor? They spawned me without one? I'm kind of confused. Can he see me? We'll find out very quickly if he starts shooting me. Someone's gonna come around this corner though. Oh, what?
Leave the rest to us.
How? He's looking this way. Quiet, I want you to pull back to here. I just don't want her to get, wounded. They're kind of squeezing on her and stuff, and oh my god. This damn chopper. Oh.
Analysis complete.
Okay. This is not going well. I want to capture him. Oh, Quiet came back because I'm in combat. Is that correct? Alright, we gotta make a move, but make it slow. Because that chopper keeps spotting me. I really want to get to this first vehicle. Chopper's back there. Why is he shooting this way? They don't know where I'm at. They're not supposed to. I might just have to call in a CGM and go ham. Wait a minute. The other vehicle's over there. It looks like it's on the building or something. The marker's really high up. Is that a pink chopper? It's gonna take a lot of damage, isn't it? No. You're mine. Oh, I got an idea. It's not gonna help with the vehicle, but... No, don't hit quiet.
Please select a strike point. Strike requested.
Quiet. Get out of here. Go over there.
Will commence shortly. Buddy has infiltrated and the map has been updated.
Come on, bitch. No! Okay, no, I thought I died.
Coming too. Roger that.
I don't know where they're throwing, but... I'm nervous. Don't blow... I was afraid they were gonna blow it up. Alright. No, we're good. We're good. Alright, I think quiet's a lot safer now. All this went wrong because for some reason I don't have a suppressor. I picked the wrong weapon. But it's been working. I don't know. I need him to stop. There we are. Damn. Wait, it was silenced, right? I'm so confused right now. What happened earlier? Alright, we made it. That was terrible. Saner.
You gotta extract him.
I see you.
Subject on board.
I mean, if it were a mission, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a C rating. Where's this man at? I'm at your left. Eight of 9.
You gotta extract him.
I thought I saw one. This place got jacked up. That's where the chopper hit. You're not real. You're me. I guess we'll check up here. Alright, that sucked, but we good.
He's coming too. Roger that.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
Alright, nothing. I don't really care about getting every single container, so I'm just going to extract on one of them. Getting every single container is a bit overkill. Dude, pick faster. It's overkill only because I don't need it. Because I'm basically done with my playthrough. I've got a 100% file I'm bringing back in. So I don't really care, you know. If I were going to keep playing on this file, I'd probably extract them all. Look who's back! Alright. What's remaining? Another armored vehicle unit. Why? Anything in here? No, you're literally gonna make me drop in like twice. That sucks.
Please select a landing zone.
That'll be it though. Let's go. I'm gonna have a snack.
I was a North American fall weapler in my past life. Oh, those were the good old days. What were you in your former life? Turn the game console off right now. Well, that was nice. I like when I can do that. Let me finish my snack real quick.
Marker placed. Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Caution, rain approaching. Enemy
Alrighty.
detected.
So those guys are not part of it, but they're really close. Close-ish. I see a vehicle. You in?
Analysis complete.
Come on. Get marked. Thank you.
That's the target.
Analysis complete. Analysis complete. Analysis complete.
Let's close the gap here. Dude, I'm excited because we're almost Not in a bad way, like I don't like playing the game, but I'm excited because we're almost done. I'm not working tomorrow for reasons, so I'll probably start something up tomorrow. Okay, I have a suppressor now. What's going on, Jaeger? Come in for a bit of the home stretch, have you? Son of a dick. That was risky, not knowing if it was going to spin back toward me when I couldn't see it. These guys might be suspicious.
Analysis complete.
You gotta extract him.
Analysis complete.
He's not part of the fun. Can y'all just stop? I'm not after you.
He's coming too.
That was 4 of 9. 5, 6, 7, 8. There's one more missing somewhere. That's not. Yeah, it's not a dude. I didn't think it was. It's got to be a sniper. Or is it up there? Because I just heard him. I was wondering, but I couldn't see anyone up there. Oh, it totally is. What's wrong?
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Alright. Finishing this one up. There's one more left. One more side up in the game. Let's do it. Assuming it's unlocked. Wait, who's that? Oh, that's the vehicle I saw earlier.
Roger that.
Wait, did I not finish? Wait a minute. I lost count somewhere. You're falling asleep. Where would it be? I guess the problem now is I've lost the count, because I thought that was the last one. Oh, you? Bro, you're a shitty sniper! Now you magically get me. How did I mean, I'm kind of shitty too if I missed him, let's be honest, but come on. I don't think he was there before. I think he might have been moving around because of the commotion that started up. Maybe that's why I didn't see him. Because that does happen sometimes. Usually the snipers don't move though.
Extraction arrived at Mother Base.
I was looking to see if there are any containers. I don't see a container. So let's just get out of town. try to find this last. I know there are closer ones, but I don't want to deal with the hassle of enemies. Let's see if that last side op is ready to go. I will feel a sense of accomplishment. But, I mean, there's like 20 of them today alone. No, please lower. I'm almost there. I'm 300 meters, but in like big boss sprint units, that's only like 4 seconds. In Venom Snake sprint units. You know what I failed to mention is that we can actually sprint faster. I think. I don't know how I'm currently set up. So don't hold me to that, but I can check. Rip that tree. That's like the longest time I've ever had after overheating it. All right. Side op list. New side op. Let's go. They could have actually done a system in the game like Radiant Quests where they just had random side ops. Oh no. Are we missing one? Or was that it? Oh, never mind. That was it. My bad. That was anticlimactic because I thought there was one more. Oops. 5,000 precious metal though. Not oops. Alright. So now that was really anticlimactic because I was like, hey, one more thing, let's go. I can't count though.
Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched.
Or read.
Unit dispatched. Unit dispatched.
Alright, let's take a look then. 100%, 157, 157. Every side op done. What game completion? 76%? Most of that's going to be tied to missions. Obviously, there's a lot of extra percentage just to be gained from replaying old missions here, but I didn't expect to spend about 7 hours. It's 6 hours 51, about 52 minutes on the stream. Recording's only a few minutes behind. Pretty long session here. I would have probably liked to do as many of these as possible, but my priorities were in doing all the side ops and getting Quiet back. Quiet, you know, it takes a while to get her back, but it's pretty good. There is one with the zoologist and stuff that I haven't done. I think I'm okay not doing that. I think I've done enough to be happy with the playthrough. Look at this, it's only worth 1,000 GMP after replaying it so much. But see, all the other ones are pretty much white. Back up, back down, I did not too long ago, so it's still blue. Some of these newer ones are blue because I just did them. Hold on a second. And we see these are all worth, like, these later ones, 680, 820,000 GMP. They're worth quite a bit, but with Sahelanthropus, you're going to spend a lot on getting reinforcements, on getting extra supplies and stuff, maybe even losing Pequod. So there's, you know, pros and cons to all that GMP. So I think that's just about going to be it for me. Every side op in the game is done. Dude, I'm not gonna spend 320 mother base coins for one gun that I'm not gonna use. That's brutal. Wow. Yeah, it feels a bit Anticlimactic. Let me check one thing in the truth records. Is it in here?
Boss, how are you back on your feet so quickly? There's a boss between you and the blast. In that moment, self-hypnosis. It's nothing new in my line of work. That's not a real boss. In a world, in this year,
2 + 2 = 5.
2 + 2 = 5. And I want you to do right. Correct. It won't be long before we'll wake him up. We'll need to take him through his final paces. Yeah. I want to see his face again. All right.
John.
I've never forgotten you in these 9 years, but I have to forget you now. Adam, I'm counting on you.
Dude, that's sad. That is sad to listen to, though. The final. I hate finality. There's always like a sadness for finishing a game like this too, especially one that's been going on for so long. But that finality of them, you know, basically saying what, at this point, as far as they know, it could be the last time they ever see each other, saying goodbye. You know, dropping each other's actual names and stuff. Like, damn. Tuska's like, what's the next game? Jaeger's like, Metal Gear 6. I mean, if it ever happens, I'll be there like day one. But there's rumors, but there's always rumors about all kinds of things, you know, you never know. Oh, there is one thing I want to do. Let's do it. Hold on. Let's do the thing. Just to check it out, okay? How do I just deploy without doing something? I mean, I can go in here and pick something, but I swear there's another way to do it and I'm just blind. I know I've already completed it, I just want to... Let's, where do I want to go? We'll go down here.
Please select a landing zone.
Alright, here's one thing I wanted to do. D-Walker. And we have different settings and stuff for it. But I haven't modified them. Oh no, I need to go back. Unzip it, that's how I deploy without doing something. What? I've talked about Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance. I don't know that I'll ever actually play that. I own it, but I'm not interested in playing it, to be honest. I played the demo when the demo first came out. It's not really my kind of game. I wasn't really happy with the demo. I've watched full playthroughs of it. I don't like the characters in the story either. I'm not a fan of that game, just being blunt. I hate saying that because I don't like, you know, talking trash about something. I mean, I don't know if I'm really talking trash, but saying I don't like something, I have this weird empathy, and I'm like, a lot of people spent a lot of time working on the game, and I'm sure they're proud of it. And the truth is, most people really like that game, so I know I'm the odd one out, but it's just not really my kind of game. So I don't really have any plans on playing Revengeance. That's just me, though. But why can't we customize D-Dog here? Oh my god, I really have to branch out. Oh, we could just... What? I don't like that. Give him an artificial eye. And I know you're trolling, but you said the Guy game. That game would be illegal. First of all, I mean, wouldn't really fly on Twitch anyway, but that game would be illegal. Okay, I didn't know if you knew that part. So main weapon, we got the Fulton Ballista, the Hentai Discharger, the high voltage stun gun, that's what it is. Flamethrower, anti-tank missile, Gatling gun. So we get the Gatling gun, we can get us a pistol, a trank, support head, it can do whistle, adds a stealth function, lessening the chances the gear will be spotted. Fitted with the video surveillance system. Will scout and mark enemies. Fitted with a high-spec surveillance system, can identify, engage, and neutralize on its own judgment. Skull's machete. Mom's spaghetti. Alright, so we customize that bad boy. Wolfenstein in Germany is an interesting one. I think Germany is, I mean, I'm not trying to dismiss the seriousness of the Third Reich and the Holocaust and everything, but I think they're overly sensitive about the topic to a point that's actually concerning, right? You know the trope, history is doomed to repeat itself. Like, we learn about history and we understand history so that it doesn't repeat itself. But the way that Germany responds to a lot of that by saying, basically saying, no, we don't even want to acknowledge this. Anything that has that kind of imagery in the game, no matter what the context is, you're literally, in Wolfenstein, you're literally killing Nazis, you know? Like, the last boss is Mecha Hitler. Like, it's not like they're glorifying Nazis or anything, but they've decided that, no, we can't show that. I think that, I'm not saying they're gonna have, you know, a Hitler 2.0 next week because they won't show Wolfenstein, but I think it is a kind of dangerous thing where, you know, you don't want to forget history no matter how bad it is, right? That's just my view on it. Stealth camo PP versus the real one. I will take that, and we'll get rid of Pentazemin, which I haven't even used. Put the Parasite armor. Support weapons. I don't think I really need to swap these out, do I? Although we do have other decoys. Like the stun decoy. Primary weapons. I mean, we got all these shotguns and stuff. I'm not going to use all of these. It's too many. So let's kind of stick with what I have there. Why is this thing not showing the suppressor? There, I don't think it was. Character. This is where I do it. Put that bandana on. Cyborg Ninja. Look at that. Improve speed when sprinting as well as jump distance. We have the battle dress, ceramic plating and stuff. I actually used to use this a lot. I would still sneak around and I was good at not being spotted, but I would just use this so that when things did happen, I would be beefy. We do the leather jacket from Big Boss's outfit at the end of the game. I'm not gonna do Cyborg Ninja. I mean, it's different, but I also wanted to have the bandana. Wait, oh, that's why it looks weird. That's the wrong sneaking suit. It's the Naked Snake one. Where's the other one? He looks a lot different with the bandana all of a sudden, doesn't he? Yeah, back onto that topic though, what's the next game? I mean, I talked about this a little bit earlier. I'm not gonna say anything here. Like, I'm not actually gonna confirm anything. But I will say, you know, there's some stuff coming out relatively soon. Like a month or so, that I'm interested in, so I don't want to start something that's gonna last too long. But I have some things in mind that I'm interested in that, I don't know, like I said, there's some stuff going on with work. I'm not gonna work tomorrow for reasons. Oh, why does this keep happening? I keep getting a notification for like the same thing. Yeah, there's some work stuff. I'm not gonna do work tomorrow, so I'll probably figure something out today. And then I'll stream something tomorrow. So whatever it is, it's gonna happen tomorrow, I guess. Look at this thing. Look, I'm not even touching the keyboard. It just keeps going. Okay, it does slow down. Oh. Ooh. Why can't we blow that up? Nice. Captured. Oh, he's good. I mean, the other ones might have been good too, but let's hope he lives. He got shot the fuck up. So we got the tranks. They're cute. And we got that machete you saw me use. The reload looked interesting. Look at that. Yeah, this dude's kind of cool. It's not not my favorite, but he's kind of cool.
Beyond there is outside the mission area.
I mean, I have a friend who this is his actual favorite buddy to use. So for some people, this is it, you know. For me, it's quiet. Some people, it's DD. I'm sure for some, it's D-Horse. And he's not bad. If we didn't have any other buddies, and you told me I can just have a horse, I'd be happy with that. I would not complain. But then when you start adding the other buddies that have more direct utility with combat and stuff, I'm like, okay. It's too good. Oh, so I mentioned the thing about sprinting. I don't know. Yeah, I can't break that. Weird. I don't know if what I have equipped, but there is a an arm that makes you sprint faster. bet he's not all right.
Analysis complete.
Ooh. Hey, dude. Well, this thing maneuverable though.
Analysis complete.
S. Watch this now. Go to intercept mode.
Subject on board. Leave the rest to us.
Alright, he's not doing much yet. Oh, so there's a couple other things I could talk about real quick. Oh, he's tranking.
Analysis
There's a couple other things I could talk about. Whatever happened to the battle gear? We send that out on deployments, right? But that's it. That really is it. That's why I wanted to talk about it. Earlier I mentioned there are things which people call out as seeming like the game is incomplete. One of them is that we never got that resolution for Liquid taking Sahelanthropus, the Kingdom of the Flies. It's that deleted scene. You can watch it on YouTube. The lost episode 51, basically. You can watch it on YouTube. It's a real thing. But we just can't play it, right? And it's not complete, but it's like 60-70% complete. Like, it doesn't have all the dialogue and stuff, but it's got all the scenes for the most part. So that's out of the game. The battle gear was supposed to be in the game, but apparently they thought it was too imbalanced. Unbalanced, whatever. They thought it was too busted, so it was cut from the game, and you only use it in deployments, which is kind of lame. But that's the state that it's in. So it was cut, but not in a way that it was unfinished, right? It was a thing like, yo, this is too busted, we're not going to keep it in the game. But to be fair, I mean, I think like Quiet is busted, and I think Didi is busted in his own way. Ooh, the bandana's just red now. All that blood. Didi is busted in his own way. What else was I going to mention? D-Walker's busted in his own way. There are so many ways you can play the game, and there's so many busted things in the game, if you use them right, that I don't see why it would be reasonable to say you're not allowed to use this thing because we think it's too good. Because you're not forced to use it. If you think Quiet or Didi are too good, you don't have to use them, right? I think the same would apply for the battle gear, but for some reason they decided we can't use it. So I wouldn't call that like missing content. It was intentionally cut. Again, the Kingdom of the Flies mission, I believe Kojima did at one point say the game that came out was his vision, where a lot of people think that, you know, they cut things at the last minute because Konami and Kojima were fighting or whatever, but I think he did say it was his vision. So if that is the case, if that is true, then I think it's safe to say that they intentionally cut that, not for time, not for pressure, but because they decided it wasn't supposed to be part of the vision. Again, if we're going of the idea of the phantom pain, the idea that we have that incomplete thing that was introduced to the story and never resolved kind of fits in terms of that meta-analysis, right? The way that before you were able to bring Quiet back, Quiet is just gone. She's out of your game forever. That's another one of those like phantom pain things. So they do things in the game which are kind of designed to affect you, the player. So I wouldn't be surprised if that's also the case for the Kingdom of the Flies mission. But it was also part of that criticism was how Chapter 2 was a bunch of repeats of old missions, and the question, you know, people kind of raise is like, what, did they just run out of ideas? Like, what's going on, right? It's kind of strange, but that's also kind of what Chapter 5, Outer Heaven, was in Peace Walker. It's like, hey, just replay things, do old stuff until Doorknob escapes again, and go chase after him again, right? I think there's other things we talk about. I mean, there's so much, and this is such a beefy game. I don't have a current timestamp on how long this entire playthrough was. I don't think we could see it in game, can we? There's a log. Let's try to find out. I'm actually curious. I'd like to see. No, that's not it. It's where would it be? Database, maybe? Doesn't seem right. I don't know if I could see it from in here, but I have the whole thing recorded, obviously, so it's doable. It can be added. Yeah, if anyone watching knows, let me know where I can see it, if there is a way to see the total time. Otherwise, I'll add it up because I actually want to know. It's been a very, very long playthrough. One of the longest things I've done myself. Some of the co-op stuff that I've done has lasted longer. Back in the days, Tusk knows about some of it. You weren't here for some of it, but Tusk knows that early co-op stuff with Captain Copperbeard, and eventually Jaeger as well, where we started with Captain Copperbeard and I. We did Space Engineers for like a couple months, and then we moved over to Satisfactory for a couple months. Then we did Factorio, and that's when Jaeger dropped in too, and we did that for a while. I mean, those are different though. Those are very open-ended games you could play as long as you want. Divinity, Original Sin, and Original Sin 2 were pretty long. They'd give this a run for its money. But this is one of the longer games I've done. And again, just kind of giving some closing thoughts here, because it is bittersweet. Back in, what, January? I started, I think it was in January, I started this project, if you will, to play all the Metal Gear Solid games. Metal Gear Solid 2, 3, 4, Peace Walker, and 5. Well, including Ground Zeroes as well. But that's part of 5. So I ran through all the mainline series. Portable Ops is pseudo-canon. I did not play it. There are elements of it which could be considered canon. I don't care about all that. It's usually dismissed by a lot of the fan base as not canon, and less important. But Peace Walker, I knew how important it was because of Paz, Chico, like how important they are for this game. So I had to play that. It was my first time actually playing it myself. I saw a playthrough of it years ago, and I, forgot so much about it. So I think it was really nice to have played that for real. It's under my belt now. I'm happy. But I started this whole project back in like January, and I knew it was going to be a long project because I've played all these games, except for Peace Walker. I've played all these games. I've 100%ed this game. Like, I know what I was getting myself into, but still, just it's been like 5 months. That's crazy. 5 months. And these are some of my favorite games of all time. Having been playing these since '98, I love this series. I love so many of the themes of the series, so many of the memes of the series. It's just a beautiful set of games, and I'm glad to have ran through all of these. I don't see any reason I'll be back to this anytime soon. So what I'm probably going to do, which is also going to be very bittersweet, is we'll think about it. I might back up this save, not because I plan on it, but just for posterity. But then I'm going to restore my old 100% save, get back to the old original version of this from back in the day. Or what I'm trying to say, my original save from back in the day, from when the game first came out. And that'll be like really putting the nail in the coffin of this project. I did consider playing Metal Gear and Metal Gear 2. It's not out of the question to do at some point, but I don't really feel like doing it now, even though that's a pretty quick run through to get through both of them. Nothing on this game, right? I did consider running through those, but I'm not really in the mode to do it now. It's been such a long series of getting through this that as much as I love these games, there is a part of me that's kind of happy to be moving on to something else, right? There's so many games out there that I want to, new games I want to play, old games I want to replay, etc. So I mean, it'll be nice to be able to get started on some of that, you know. I'll just play Noita again. Actually, I've been rewatching some, well, not rewatching, I've been watching some Dunk or Slam videos, and it does kind of have me wanting to play Noita, because you know I like that game. Alright, anything else I want to say about this? I don't know, man. I said it's a little bittersweet, and but it feels good to have, you know, done all of this. Like, it feels like I accomplished something, as small as that is. Like, it's not gonna make an impact in the world or anything, right? But it's something that I set out to do months ago, and I completed it. It's not really been an issue for, like, my streaming and stuff, but in my personal life, I do have problems setting goals and sticking to them. So it does feel good when I can actually set out to do something and achieve it, even if it's just playing through a series, like whatever, right? These are bothering me, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm not planning on, I don't think I'm gonna do it. Some of these aren't too bad. Total stealth are easy, especially with quiet. I could probably get through these without issue. This would be a little rough, but we have mortars and stuff we could use on the vehicles. Extreme Sahelanthropus might take a couple attempts because you die so easy, but it wouldn't be too bad. Code Talker would be the worst one because it's such a long mission. Granted, we have continues though, so I think that might be, well, though that, yeah, I think that might be the worst one. Extreme Cloaked in Silence, just take out Quiet. We could drop boxes on her just the same. I'm not joking. Over the Fence. That one, I don't think it'd be too bad. We have Quiet back now. Oh, that does remind me though. Having Quiet back, that's something I wanted to comment on and why I did things the way I did. Today, I started up, I did Truth, the Man Who Sold the World, and then I just went into side ops and I did not get Quiet for hours. I just kept doing side ops without Quiet. And the purpose of doing that and not spoiling that you can get Quiet back was to kind of simulate that phantom pain a little bit in as best I can of like one episode of one stream of this. It's not the same as playing for weeks without Quiet, but it does get a little bit of that idea across, like, oh, she's gone, we're using someone else now, the way I'm playing the game has fundamentally just changed. There is something to that, and that's why I was playing for a while today. Before I said, okay, I want to go do an optional thing, and I just replayed that mission 7 times in a row to get Quiet back. I wanted to show that it was possible, but also show, like, hey, she's really gone. Unless you know to go replay that mission 7 times, she's not coming back. And it really does change the feel of the game. It's kind of sad. So anyway, yeah, I think, I just want to comment on kind of the reason I did that the way I did. Alright, I, again, don't quite know what's next. But I plan on doing something tomorrow. Probably midday. I'm in Central Time Zone, so probably midday I plan on doing something. I don't yet know what it's going to be, really. It might even just be Noita. If I can't decide on something more long-term, it might just be some Noita stuff. Some one-off, like, let's just chill, let's have a good time. Let's try to, you know, make it through a run, because I haven't played in a while. It might be that. It might be jumping into something a bit more long-form. We'll see what happens, right? But I think that's it. So, it is a based game. You're right, Tusk. It is so good. I will say this real quick. I'm watching one of Dunk or Slam's recent videos. Basically, in Noita, there are these orbs that you can find, and each time you get an orb, multiple things happen. One thing is that the boss's health increases. It gets to the point where if you get up to 33 orbs, is it 33? Or I think it's 64 orbs or whatever. That's actually like 6 sextillion health or something. I think at 33 orbs, it's like 5 billion health. It's some huge numbers. Whereas default with no orbs, the last boss only has like 1,000 health. So it's a huge difference. Every time you get orbs, the health of the boss increases. It's almost exponential. It almost doubles every time, but it's slightly different. Other interesting things happen, like his vulnerabilities and stuff change. And what Dunk or Slam did on one of these recent videos is if you get 12 orbs, he gains a weakness to a resource called polymorphine. It doesn't polymorph him, so what polymorphine normally does, it turns you into a sheep. And you have like 1 health, and anything hits you, you just die, right? He doesn't actually polymorph into the sheep, but it gives him a huge weakness to polymorphine, so it burns him like acid and just melts him. So he's actually doing a run that I've been watching. I'm in the last like hour now, where he went through, got the 12 orbs, and he's gonna kill the boss with polymorphine. And he's having to do some goofy stuff to make that happen because he needs a lot of polymorphine. So he's using another game mechanic called a fungal shift, where he's gonna completely convert one thing, or permanently convert one thing in the world into polymorphine. So I think he's gonna take like acid and turn it into polymorphine, which he's like abusing this interesting mechanic, this fungal shift mechanic. It's really cool. That game is wild. And I'll say, if anything about like a very difficult but rewarding roguelike with very interesting mechanics, if anything like that sounds interesting and you don't know Noita, check it out. Check out Dunk or Slam. Not affiliated or anything, but he just puts out some really good content. He's the kind of dude that, as difficult as that game is, he just starts up a run and he says, we're gonna do this random thing on this run, and he finds a way to make it work. Like, he's just really good at that game. He's great to watch. Anyway, that has nothing to do with this. I'll be back tomorrow sometime with something, I don't know. Thank you to anyone who checked out any of this series. If you're watching right now, thank you. I really appreciate it. If you're watching in the future on YouTube, congrats on being in the future. But thank you for listening to me ramble, watching me node out over these games that are such a big part of my life, you know, for the past 25 years, basically. It's about 25 years, damn, yeah, I'm old. But yeah, just watching me node out on this stuff and having a good time. I really appreciate you being here with me. And we'll see what happens next, what game comes after this. So until next time, have a good day, have a good night, whatever it is, wherever you're at. Take it easy.
They're armed with 5.56ers and pineapples. A dud!